the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the Pickard Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening. Rules of decorum at a council meeting. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach members of council if they are seated in their council seats. The use of poster, signage, and literature is also prohibited. Mr. Mayor, just to let you know for attendance this evening, everyone is present. Disclosures of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda items. We have one, and that is Councillor Crew with regards to item 16A, the lease extension for the 185 Murray Street, Chatham report. We'll move on to the deputations this evening. I do have a timer for all speakers this evening. We do have a timer, which is 5 minutes. Unfortunately, as we are unable to put it up on this screen, but I do have my phone, and I will give a 1-minute warning before the 5 minutes is up. Just as an FYI, on item 11A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub detailed design phase, we had 5 emailed deputations that council received at noon today. We also have one on the Zoom call, Mr. Reg Denure. Mr. Denure, are you ready to make your deputation now, please?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
It's written to the Mayor and Council, Municipal Council, Chatham and Kent Media. Dear friends, there has been much discussion of municipal projects in the municipality, as well as various media sources lately. As a business person with a long history of interest in municipal affairs, I would like to offer some thoughts for your serious consideration. Number one, with respect to the ongoing planning for Chatham-Kent Civic Centre, I remain firmly opposed to the former Sears portion of the downtown Chatham Centre. Both are of similar vintage and require renovations to suit current needs. Please continue reading. A, I enthusiastically say yes to repairing and making modest renovations to the current Civic Centre. It has been neglected for many years. Since the Civic Centre was originally built to accommodate up to 3 floors, additional floor space could be added to the current site, should more office space be required. B, the current fire station number 1 portion of the Civic Centre would be an excellent location for the museum. Located in prime level floor spot, this would bring additional space and visibility to our own museum. C, the fire station number 1 relocation can be accommodated by shuffling assets. 1, build a new fire station number 3 north on St. Clair Street between Chatham and Wallaceburg to eliminate the many northbound fire trucks, so many northbound fire trucks, and their sirens on the north side of Chatham, when originating from the current fire station number 2, which is on Sandy Street. Current station number 2 can become an EMS facility, easing some of the ambulance traffic from Richmond and the Doug Arbor facility. 3, the current Doug Arbor Richmond Street facility, EMS, on Richmond Street, then accommodates some of the fire trucks from the current Civic Centre Fire Hall, providing a South River and the CPR Railroad Trucks fire station to help serve the southern portion of the municipality. There have also been discussions about arenas in Chatham. Again, I believe that a downtown location for a new arena is short-sighted and will create traffic jams without solving the issues of unoccupied retail space. Instead, Why not raise the current 1940s era building arena and build a new twin pad? This could likely be accommodated and completed by hockey season, if not held up with protracted discussion. Most respectfully, Reg Denure, President, Denure Holdings Limited, Chatham.
Thank you, Mr. Denure. We now have, I believe it's 16 present this evening to do their deputations. We will start with Lucinda Harp, and on deck is Ashley Gillum.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm going to read because I'm nervous. As a proud new resident of Chatham, I chose the boardwalk to be at the heart of it all, where I can walk to restaurants, galleries, performances, and be surrounded by the incredible charm, architecture, and history that makes this downtown so special. I didn't just move here, I chose to belong here. With over 50 years in interior design and a career shaped by large-scale new builds and transformative projects, I joined the BIA instantly because I believe downtown Chatham is on the edge of something quite extraordinary, and I wanted to be a part of it. I trust everyone here has read the well-executed and factual infrastructure and engineering services report dated May 12, 2025. The CK Hub in 100 King is not just a building, it's a bold leap forward. It is a powerful, visionary investment in who we are and who we're becoming. A new civic center, a larger public library, a vibrant museum, all united in one inspiring space. This is the heartbeat of a new Chatham-Kent. It is about innovation, imagination, and inspiration. It's about creating a space that fosters learning, sparks creativity, and ignites collaboration. It will bring together civic leaders, creators, entrepreneurs, families, students, and everyone who believes in the power of community. This hub will be a living, breathing connector, linking people, businesses, and ideas. It will attract talent, fuel opportunity, and radiate energy into our streets. With more foot traffic, new businesses, new residents, and greater investment, this is how we build a future-ready downtown. This is how we thrive. We are not just building a facility, we're building a foundation for tomorrow's leaders, innovators, and change makers. We are planting seeds that will grow into a stronger, smarter, and more vibrant Chatham-Kent. This project is not a cost, it's a catalyst. It will reduce inefficiencies, save resources, deliver lasting value to the people who live here and the ones who will live here because of what we dared to build. And yes, there are doubters. There always are. But history is not made by those who fear change. It's made by those who dream big, who actually act boldly, and who believe that better is always possible. Let's not anchor our future to what was. Let's rise to what we can be. Let's build a downtown that reflects our vision, connected, creative, confident, and full of life. A Chatham-Kent that's ready for tomorrow and proud of what we're doing. This is our moment, our movement, our momentum. Together for tomorrow. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ashley Gillum. And on deck is Bill Parks. Maybe while we're waiting, just the people that are on deck, if you'd like to just go maybe stand at the door there so we're quick for the next one up, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors, for hearing me out tonight. I know I stand up here a lot and talk about accessibility, but accessibility in this case is important not only for the person that stands here today, but for the future, for those who will come after me, for those who could not be here tonight because of their challenges. The current areas that we have now, such as the library, the civic center, and other areas that would be involved in the hub, where they are, the current sites, are more accessible, physically, emotionally, psychologically. And I'm here to tell you, from research, it would actually be more effective, cost-wise, to stay in these sites. and keep our history and keep all of the things that Chatham-Kent is. And what would add to that furthermore is to just have the upcomers of tomorrow be connected to the history that will be today at some point. I am also on the accessibility committee for Chatham-Kent. When this project is talked about between our committees and several others, it's very hard for us because often there is miscommunication through nobody's fault of their own. Everybody miscommunicates. But sometimes I think it is because we're going too fast. We need to slow this process down, look at what we have, and look at everything we have become, and celebrate that, and let us continue to be innovative, which we can while still saving ourselves a large amount of financial hardship later down the line. For the library, for example, the parking on the outside, for accessibility, there is ample spots where the parking would be now, and where Sears would be if the hub is created. I am concerned because for me and other people like me, there would not be a way to access that area in any way because there's too few spots. Everybody talks about walking, and how does that work into cost? The spots are already there where the library and civic center are at. So why are we deleting those spots? Why are we taking them out? Because we don't need to. We can do this in a way that makes all of Chatham-Kent happy, and that's what we want to do, and still keep us financially stable for the future. I know I'm sitting up here as one person,
It's a 1-minute warning.
but I am talking for many. And I hope that you just take my words and reflect on them and think about if this was you in my position in this chair and what you would want done, and if you would want your voice heard and be able to pay for our future. So please, let's plan, let's be respectful, and let's think about accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bill Parks. On deck is Jim Brackett.
Mayor Caniff and Council, I will be rather direct. We don't need a museum 150% larger than what we have when we can't utilize what we have now. We don't need our library to expand by 90% when the last time anyone had to wait in line to get into our library was never. We need the guts of the operation upgraded to modern library standards. Our Civic Center CK study and report is completed, but it seems to be quiet or hidden. Provincial Workplace 2.0 by CK addresses 30% space is not used at the Civic Center. Chatham-Kent could get $2.9 million back from 100 King developments. Chatham-Kent should repair the current Civic Center at 315 King Street. Bottom line, Chatham-Kent does not need a new hub. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hope you hear my words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Next speaker is Jim Brackett. On deck is Karen Pinenbrook.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, Chatham-Kent Council. My name is Jim Brackett, and I'm the president as of December for the Kent Federation of Agriculture, and I represent more than 1,850 members, farm members in Chatham-Kent. We are here this evening regarding 13A, as you all know, on the agenda, regarding the downtown hub. Many residents and groups, including the KFA and some councillors, have asked for better cost comparisons for renovating our existing structure. We've been told that we have the wrong information, that we are being misled. And now we see a high-level cost comparison. I fear that the only thing that's high-level is the wording that's high-level. In this cost comparison, the new cost of the Civic Center renovation has inexplicably almost doubled from what it was for the last 2 to 3 years. It was like $34,000 with change plus or minus, and now it's at $54,000. How did that happen? What was added to make it that much more expensive in that short time frame? So I think it's based more on concept than need, although if the need is to build a new building, then it is based on need. That's what that high-level cost comparison is based on. And one thing that hasn't been talked about that came forward in this 13B, if the fire hall is moving, that space could be available for expansion for the Civic Center, and it has not been considered. Once again, there's more questions than answers. I'm told there will be less space utilized for the Civic Center in the hub than there is in the current Civic Center. We have also been promised that the cost of the hub will never exceed $53 million. I think of the Capitol Theatre. How many times have we promised the cost of that would not exceed a certain amount? And that wasn't true. I think of a roundabout on Merlin and number 2 that has tripled, I think, in cost would be a fair way to say. So I hope that it doesn't exceed $53 million. However, the KFA and others wonder if such a financial commitment, especially if it goes way beyond that, could not be better utilized for other infrastructure priorities, such as roads, bridges, drainage, dust control. Imagine that. Oh, wait a minute, I'm told it doesn't work, even though I've lived on a gravel road all of my life, and it does work. There will never be enough money to meet the demands on a municipality of our size, but a true sign of leadership is the ability to focus on needs, not wants. If the current infrastructure can be repaired and updated for millions of dollars less than relocating to the Sears building, and the fire hall can remain, this should allow more dollars to flow to much-needed infrastructure projects throughout rural Chatham-Kent. In closing, one last thing I'm going to ad-lib. I remember the downtown mall was going to revitalize our downtown, and it possibly did for a couple of decades, maybe more. No longer. We were told the Capitol Theatre would draw people to downtown and revitalize the downtown. And I think this structure was billed as going to save Chatham, not necessarily downtown. But I digress. In closing, the Kent Federation of Agriculture and our members would ask that you do not vote for these recommendations as presented by staff this evening. Thanks for your time. Sincerely, Jim Brackett.
Next speaker is Karen Pinenbrook. On deck is Rob Meyers.
Your Worship and Honourable Council members, thank you for allowing me the time to speak about the proposed hub. As you know, I'm against the hub for various reasons, but first and foremost is from a rural perspective. Over 104,000 people live in Chatham-Kent, and only 45,000 live in Ward 6, Chatham. This equates to 43%. The remaining 57% live in Wards 1 to 5 and drive 20 minutes or more to get into the city to enjoy the luxuries of the library, museum, and civic centre. This is why we fight to keep our libraries, arenas, and local municipal offices open. Wheatley, I know, has a 40-minute drive. At the rising prices of gas, groceries, and taxes, we must save every penny we have just to make ends meet. In a radio interview that Mayor Caniff had with CBC on October 21st, he stated 13,000 people visit the library monthly. On the CK website, a report states just over 10,000 people visited the museum annually. Together, that's 22% of our population using these facilities. At the April 28th council meeting, you presented $236 billion deficit for infrastructure. 100% of the people use the infrastructure, whereas only 22% use library and museum. Shouldn't we be focusing our money truly where it's needed? If you had sewage in your basement, would you fix it or would you go to the library? Priorities must factor into this decision. And Mayor Caniff, please listen carefully. As in that October 21st radio interview, you also stated about the hub, I am quoting you directly, if it comes back at 60 to 70 million, we're not going to do it. If it comes within budget, we're going to do it. So 53 million to 60 million gives you only 12% cushion, which seldom happens on capital projects of this magnitude. Otherwise, you'll be at $60 million mark, and you, sir, should be voting against this project. If you are a man of your word, you will vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rob Meyers. Next speaker is Rob Meyers. On deck is Larry Hutchkins.
Boy, this is a big crowd tonight. Interesting. So, for you folks that know who I am, you probably don't know that I'm kind of a dreamer around Chatham-Kent. I was at the Navistar property that myself and Don Tatron, we brought a couple partners in earlier tonight. It's all environmentally 100% clean. There's, I'm sure, some people in the room here with the city that we've had about 40 RFPs for the property. We're really looking to get some jobs, some industry, some good paying jobs to create more tax base in Chatham-Kent like we used to have. So we got that project going on. Myself and partners Ron Naidum and JP Construction, we own a lot of downtown today. Spent millions and millions of dollars downtown. We bought that mall and thought, you know, what do we do with it? We're going to restore it. We don't want to see any more Toronto people buy it and do nothing with it. So we did that. We got talking to folks at the city. Does it make sense to put the hub downtown? Does it? You're going to spend, let's say it's $40 million on the Civic Center. Do you want a new library? Truthfully, I haven't been in the library in the last 6 months, more than my whole life. But I was there again today. There's probably 40 people in there today. Lots of mums and kids and people on their iPads and stuff. It's actually really an active place. Can it get bigger? Can you dream to make it bigger? Why not? Why not? When we've had these companies come to Navistar, they ask us, what's happening around town? Where's the arena? Well, take the community center if you want, or the Erickson Arena. Blenheim's got the nicest arena. It's a cool town. Look at the people around there, what they've done. Anyway, we go around, look at stuff. We have a dream about the park, hub. We're already doing the rest of the shopping mall. We're going to make the garage fabulous. It's going to be Art's Garage. We're paying for that, not the city. We're not looking for city taxpayers to pay this. The city people have promised there's no taxes going up. But we have some people on council and some people, they've been saying no since day one for their own reasons. I don't quite understand it. But what happens if the bids come in? You voted a few months ago to spend $2 million to investigate what the city is going to do. You've spent the money. The drawings are done. Now you're going to simply vote to go for quotes. What if the quote comes in at $45 million? Is everybody going to applaud? Now we're going to have some people saying, no, I can't afford it. Let's do City Civic Center. We're not saying we'll tear down the Civic Center. I have nothing to do with it. I'm not a developer. I'm a used car salesman. Simple. But what happens, can we not dream in this town? Right? Can't you dream? Or is it no, 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 can't, unless private money does it, like Navistar. The city's tried to buy Navistar forever. I bought that one night thinking that should be where a twin pad is. I was going to donate it to the city. They said, well, you can't do that because it's all environmentally, kids playing. Come on, it's clean now. The gravel's clean. But anyway, we're going to create jobs around town. It's needed. You need a tax base here. Don't forget, Ron Knight and myself, Don Tatro, we are some of the largest taxpayers in the area. So it's not like I want to see taxes go up. Does it make sense or not? Anyway, I was going to write a thing. I thought, no, I'm not. I can't hardly see, so it's hard to read some script. And I think, let's just be truthful. So that's my vision. I hope the city goes along with it. Taxes aren't going up.
1 minute warning.
If this thing comes in at a higher quote, I'm the first one to say, forget it. I don't want to see taxes go up. We spend millions now in taxes between myself, Tatro. We brought these guys from London in. They're huge taxpayers in this town. They came in because of our group. We're all for it. I hope you folks are. If not, then we'll figure something else out. Thanks.
Next speaker is Larry Hutchins. On deck is Sheila Moore-Martin.
Your Worship, councillors, administration, and my fellow citizens, I am here before you tonight to speak on item 13A, the Chatham-Kent Community Hub. This project needs to be better thought out before appearing before council. There are several points that need to be considered more carefully before sending this project to tender. First, the use of the CK Hub loading dock by 100 King Street West Mall would cause congestion, security risks, liability risks, and the question of how will the shipments to and from the mall reach that area without going through the hub. Second, if the solar panels on the roof of the hub, which belong to 100 King Street West, should cause leaking and damage to the hub, whose responsibility is it to pay for it? Third, the interest payments on the debentures taken out are not factored into the total costs of the project. These costs are significant and will be with the municipality until the debentures are paid off. Fourth, over the years, many attempts have been made by the municipality to revitalize the downtown Chatham core have failed to achieve that goal. The Capitol Theatre, the BIA, Community Improvement Program, among others, have failed to revitalize the core. Fifth, the cost overruns from tariffs that occur after the bid has been accepted will be the responsibility of the municipality to pay. These costs can be significant and not accounted for in the budget for the hub. Sixth, the project has already led to great divisiveness within the Chatham-Kent community. Is it worth destroying our municipality for an attempt to revitalize the downtown Chatham core? Seventh, the project uses funds from the Building Life Cycle Reserve for 10 years in the future to pay for the acquisition costs. This commits future councils to the use of the Building Life Cycle Reserve according to the actions of this council. As well, it goes directly against the asset management plan and could be disastrous if there are any sudden and unexpected costs in the 10-year period. Also, I'll ad-lib for a moment. I don't think anybody's factored into this that the library, the museum, the civic center are heating and cooling centers for the homeless. I'm not sure if Mr. Meyers has factored that into the 100 King Street West planning. I believe that until these concerns are addressed, the tendering process needs to be put on hold and the entire CK Hub project reconsidered. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sheila Moore-Martin. On deck is Liz Valley.
Good evening, Mayor, municipal councilors, and citizens. My name is Sheila Moyer-Martin. I am a taxpayer. I have no other vested interest except fiscal responsibility. Question for council. Is your reputation on the line with this decision? Has there ever been a more contentious issue in Chatham-Kent than the proposed new city hall called the Community Hub at the former Sears building? This project has divided us so much that 3 towns, Bothwell, Blenheim, and Wallaceburg, created their own petitions to de-amalgamate. Has citizen morale ever been this low? Where we have lost faith and trust in our local government and lost faith and trust in our local elected municipal councilors. A few weeks back, I was at an antique car show and I asked a gentleman to sign my petition opposing the Sears Hub. I asked the guy if he was from Chatham-Kent and he replied, "No, I'm not from Chatham-Kent." I said, "Where are you from?" And he said, "I'm from Wallaceburg. I'm not from Chatham-Kent." I asked another guy, "What do you think about the hub?" And he said, "That hub is crazy. You know who's to blame? That mayor. What's his name? All he cares about is getting his picture taken." I had another comment on my change.org petition. This citizen said, "This hub is wealth transfer, plain and simple, and designed to impoverish the citizens of Chatham-Kent. We buy the Sears building at well above its value, and we sell our civic center at well below its value. How stupid do they think we are? Then we're taxed up the yin-yang to pay for it all. Fix what we've got. It's cheaper, it's faster, it's easier." If you think these comments are one-offs in the current attitudes prevalent in our community, you are sadly mistaken. I have citizens messaging me dozens of times each day. They are incredibly frustrated and upset. I also have 100 comments on my petition of 1,750 signatures opposing the hub. Citizens are so tired of being ignored. Most councillors hold full-time jobs along with working part-time as a municipal councillor. Who's to say if they will run again in the next election? Even if they don't run, they will still be part of our community working their regular jobs and having to face the public when all this is said and done. Are you prepared for the backlash from the public if this project goes sideways? Does it bother you that your reputation could be tarnished because of how you vote today? Do you want to forever be tied to potentially the worst decision made by an elected official in Chatham-Kent history? Local government and municipal elected officials have lost their way. Do you remember who your customer is? Your customer is us, citizens, and taxpayers in our community. The mission statement of the municipality should be citizen first agenda. But what is it? Is it citizen first agenda or is it developer first agenda? I ran for election in October 2022, and when I told family and friends I was running, I was met with some pushback. I was told that there is so much corruption in Chatham-Kent that I'm wasting my time. I argued strongly against this attitude, and I protested that it wasn't true. But in the last 2.5 years, I have personally done an about-face. Citizens throughout Chatham-Kent don't feel they have a voice, and they feel like they're being ignored. What is important to citizens is being pushed aside for what municipal staff, the mayor, and council feel is for the better good. When a company is having poor morale with their employees, what do they do?
1 minute warning.
They start running employee surveys to pinpoint the problem and tackle those problems. We all know what the contentious issue is here. It's either choose the Civic Center or choose the Sears Hub. And it's funny that our local government is calling the Sears Hub a community hub when there's nothing community about it. please vote no and do not put the Community Hub project to the RFP tender process. Can one council member here please make an emergency motion to create a bylaw to vote on this question? What would it cost? $75,000? Meanwhile, we're going to have to pay, as taxpayers, $75,000 a year just for the parking at the hub. So it's worth it. The question is simple. Check one box. One, do you support the hub? Or number two, do you support renovating the Civic Center? It's the only way to bring peace to our community. I would be happy to hear the results of a bylaw vote on this issue.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Liz Valley. On deck is Kathy Clottingham.
Thank you. Thank you, God, for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. As you heard, I am Liz Valley. However, I am not speaking for myself tonight. I am speaking for a gentleman named Mark Moffat. So I'm a bit nervous because this is more meaningful because it's somebody else's words, not mine. Good evening. My name is Mark Moffat. I am a lifelong resident of Tilbury, which is 21 kilometers west of here, as the crow flies. First, let me say, I love my town of Tilbury, and I know I'm not alone in that. We are proud of where we come from. We show up time and time again, even if it feels like no one else is showing up for us. That's why tonight I have to speak up. I cannot and I will not support the Sears Hub project. Because while this plan might look good on paper and in the headlines, it does not reflect the real needs of small communities like mine. It does not fix the flooding in Tilbury. It does not strengthen our roads, update our drainage systems, or provide basic infrastructure that we've been waiting on for years. It's a shiny monument to the downtown development, and meanwhile, we're left bailing water and patching holes with duct tape. You want to spend millions of dollars on a Taj Mahal in Chatham when some of us in Tilbury have little flood insurance or no coverage at all for basement repairs. This is a complete failure on the part of Chatham-Kent. Continuous stalling on the Laurentia project is a joke. Let me be blunt. Tilbury's 30-year stormwater master plan was scaled down to a 10-year plan, and even that feels like smoke and mirrors. That construction should have started yesterday. This municipality is not just a downtown. It's not just Chatham. And if you can find tens of millions of dollars for a Taj Mahal in Chatham, you can find the money to keep Tilbury from flooding again. Action is needed now, yes. Action is needed now, not next term, not next decade. This is not about saying no to progress. It's about demanding that progress be fair, that priorities be real, and that we don't keep building these monuments while our basements fill with water. Premier Mike Harris promised that amalgamation would mean unity, streamline, shared resources, and shared progress, but so far it feels like shared only in name. Smaller centers like Tilbury are being ignored until it's time for a tax bill. This project does not serve us. It was crafted without our input, without clear communication, without any meaningful benefit to our communities. So I ask, how can we support something that does not support us? But let me be clear, this isn't just a no. It's a wake-up call for the 2026 fall elections. If this unneeded project goes forward, then change is going to be needed in this municipality. We need to shift our focus back to what matters: clean water, safe streets, strong infrastructure, and fairness for every town in this municipality, not just the center of it, not just Chatham. This hub project does no good for us. It does not serve us. And until Tilbury and smaller communities are given the respect and resources we deserve, we cannot and should not support a single brick being laid. I don't raise my voice or do other Tilbury residents in anger.
1 minute warning.
It's about unity. All we ask is that Tilbury taxpayers as Tilbury taxpayers, that before Chatham-Kent builds anything new, we fix what's already broken, and that has been broken for far too long. Let's remind this council that the small towns matter. Tilbury isn't just a part of CK municipality, we are part of the backbone, as all the smaller centers are. It's time we're treated like it. Thank you very much from Mark Moffat. And I'll just add to this as well. I feel as an individual taxpayer as well that given our economic situation right now in Chatham-Kent and beyond, not one tax dollar should be spent on anything that is not an emergency or municipal basic service. Not $1, because many of us do not have $1 to give.
That's time. Thank you. Next speaker is Kathy Clottingham. On deck is Lynn O'Brien.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Mayor, councillors, and citizens for allowing us to speak today. I'm afraid you're going to get another heaping helpful handful of Tilbury, because even though the lady who spoke first did a glowing report of what we could do, the glowing thing that came out of that for me was only Chatham was mentioned. Only Chatham. But the reality is Chatham has 23 different communities in it. 23. And right now, this project, which I think is a nice to do project, focuses only on Chatham at a time when we can least afford it. First of all, let's look at what is happening in our community and is happening in some of the other 22 communities outside of Chatham, even to a larger extent that we are experiencing. First, we have next year the only long-term care home being closed. 73 people are being evicted and brought to Bell River. Now, those people are used to having their loved ones visit them 3 times a day. They can't afford to drive even to Bell River as many times, probably not even once a week, because they are seniors, most of them, right? They also cannot be able to see these people on a regular basis, so the isolation that their loved ones will be going through will be detrimental to their health. Okay? Not one word was spoken by council when it was announced that our only nursing home would close. Not one word then, and not one word since. 1 in 5 people in Tilbury is a senior citizen, which means there'll be about 800 people in the next few years who will be looking for a home to stay in. Their loved ones will want them near, and there is nothing being planned for our area. You want a new home for your council? We would like them to have the assurity of a new home for their loved ones so they can live in peace. That is part of the reality that is happening. Another part of the reality is right now we have a CK-ordered demolition project that went awry. It's been 1.5 years, and it hasn't been cleaned up yet. So all of the tenants from those buildings and all of the businesses that were in those buildings have had to leave by order of Chatham-Kent. Some of them, well, most of them were taken out of the community outright. Okay, no one seems to be able to decide who is going to fix this. So we have an eyesore that is just horrendous in our main street section. And we have all of these people wanting to come home. And there's no date we can give them. And we can't guarantee them they'll get the same rent that they were paying when the landlords were in
1-minute
charge.
warning.
Okay. The next thing I want to highlight is the flooding that has been mentioned. This has been a problem in our town for longer than we've been amalgamated, and little or nothing has been done to remedy it. In the last few years, some people have been experiencing annual flooding, and sometimes day after the next day, more. How can this council, in all honesty, say that it's the right decision to make our town wait for the $124 million project that it will take to fix this issue, and they want us to wait 15 years to do it? Now, I don't know about you, but my insurance isn't that good.
That's time, thank you.
Please make the right decision, council.
Next speaker is Lynn O'Brien. Is Lynn here? Thank you. On deck will be Steve Pickard.
Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity this evening to speak to you in support of advancing the hub to the tendering process. I strongly advocate for the bold move because it makes sound fiscal and financial sense. First, it will generate over $50 million in savings by building 110,000 square feet or spending $108,000 to renovate 3 buildings. Second, by consolidating key civic and cultural services into a modern, accessible facility, it will bring significant benefits. It will inspire, fostering innovation and creativity. It will include ensuring accessibility for all ages and backgrounds. It will innovate. It will unite the arts and culture, creating an environment of entrepreneurship. And also, most importantly, it will invite, establish a destination that attracts new residents, as well as businesses and visitors. Before amalgamation, many of you may know I managed North Maple Mall. It was in the former township of Chatham. Back then, we had to truck our water on site to a reservoir for fire protection and facility needs. We had no busing. Despite numerous appeals to the former city council, changes never came. Well, here we are today, an amalgamated municipality, and I hope we can move beyond the us-them thinking and recognize making CK more than a retirement town to a place where young people want to stay, where businesses choose to invest, and where newcomers feel at home. Transparency seems to be the word of the day. Well, it has come to, and today, with experts telling us exactly what the costs are. The experts have assembled the facts and the figures being discussed this evening. The choice is before you. It's not an easy one, but it is future-proofing Chatham-Kent. A walk down our sidewalks reveal an influx of new residents, people like us who deserve a vibrant, bustling downtown. I want you to remember that today we're here all together, not apart. I urge Council to move forward as I feel confident the community hub will enrich the lives and contribute increased tax dollars in business to Chatham-Kent. Thank you.
Next speaker is Steve Pickard. On deck is Rick Nichols.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for, is that on? Thank you for letting me talk to you today. I don't have anything to put my paper on. It would have been handy, but there we go. Okay, much better, thanks. I do appreciate the difficulty of the decision. I do appreciate the difficulty that you have tonight. It is a difficult decision, and some of you know I've sat in that seat before. It is extremely challenging, and you're balancing a lot of things. I think back to when the Capitol Theatre was before council, and that was a difficult decision that we all had to deal with. But I want you to think, what would you tell now to the council in 1974 that decided to move from Harrison Hall to the Civic Center? They made that decision, a bold decision, to build this unique architecture. They left Harrison Hall, and for about 5 years, that building became dilapidated. And then someone else made a bold move and said, hey, let's build this vision of a mall and tear down that building. What would you tell them? What would you say to those counselors if you knew what's happening now and you went back to them and said, don't do it? Or at least if you're going to build that Civic Center, save Harrison Hall. It should still be there. And the irony is that the Sears Center that we're talking about right now is the very place of Harrison Hall. It's like the ghosts are speaking to you. You have, if you want to have vision, have the vision that you would give those people back in 1970s. Have the vision now and say, listen, tearing down things or abandoning things. The Civic Center turns 50 years today. Not today, but this year. And like it or lump it, is a historic building. And it is unique architecture. And I hate to even point to Ms. Story, but I know you have a personal connection to that. It is a beautiful building. If you do this hub thing, that beautiful building is not going to get sold. It is going to sit and rot. No one is going to buy it for $9 million. No one's going to buy it for $1 because you've heard the amount of money that's got to go into it. It is going to go away. And some council in 40 years is going to look back at this council and say, what could I have told you? I did give you in your package a costing out. I'm not going to go through it because it's not really practical, but I ask you to look at it, and I'm just going to make a couple points on that costing. The first thing is if you take out the $9 million that's on that costing, then you need 9 million more debentures. So the debentures go up by 9 million. The borrowing against the future reserve funds, that's not cash. So you have to debenture that too. So your debentures are going to go up by 19 million. And it puts you at a negative cash flow, and you're going to have a minimum underrun on your debenture less reserve tax of $500,000. That's a tax increase. On these numbers, there will be a tax increase. So please, it's not about money though, although it could be about money, but it's not really. It's about the history of our historic buildings.
1 minute warning.
The last thing I'm going to say is on that costing, you'll see there's some provision for development funds that can be raised to contribute to the project. That's not so. And in case you don't know, your development charge bylaw was appealed, there was a settlement, and your development charge bylaw was altered by order of the Land Tribunal. And those end August 9th, 2026, or 2027, sorry. So there is no more debentures or development charges. So that factoring the cost. But listen, if there's any way to save the Civic Center, the right way is to set some money aside, do some development, do what you can do with the money, and if you need some more money, in 5 years you'll be $15 million ahead and you can do more stuff. And as you hear the people from Tilbury or Wheatley or wherever they're from, fix their stuff too, because you'll have the money.
That's time. Thank you. Next speaker is Rick Nichols. On deck is Tom Coatsworth.
Mayor Caniff, Council, CK Administration, and guests, thank you for allowing me to present my thoughts once again. For the record, I'm Rick Nichols, former MPP for 11 years for the riding of Chatham-Kent Leamington. I agree that the Meyers Group have done quite a bit in terms of fixing up old and making it look new. Retro Suites is a good example. I support an entrepreneurial spirit where opportunities are financed by businesses rather than taxpayers, where risks and rewards are assumed by private enterprise and not at a taxpayer's expense. Sadly, this group wants the municipality of Chatham-Kent to help pay for their investment. That brings me to why I will not support the hub. Despite what some politicians are saying, the entire municipality is hurting economically. Where are the automotive businesses? Gone. And gone is our tax base. What's the best use of taxpayer money right now? Fix what you own, AKA Civic Center. And move forward with badly needed safety issues such as road repairs, water treatment plants, bridges and culverts, and aging infrastructure. These are the must-haves, while the hub is a nice-to-have. We've been told that there will be no tax increases since the money has already been budgeted. But wait, where did that allocated money come from? Taxpayers. We have been presented with beautiful schematics of what a new hub will look like, and these are shiny objects I often refer to. Where are the schematics illustrating what the new renovations to the Civic Center would look like? That's true. That's a true apples to apples comparison. Forget about the cost of square foot comparisons. The reason why the hub costs are dramatically less than the Civic Center is because the square footage of the hub is 275% larger than the Civic Center. I've said many times that if your house is in need of repair, fix it. Don't go out and buy another home, especially at 2 or 3 times the value. Fix what needs repairing at the Civic Center. But now costing for the library and museum has been added to the Civic Center, now totaling $108 million. No one has ever said anything about combining the library and museum renovations totaling $54.1 million. I call that creative accounting. It's been recommended that architectura be retained for detailed design and contract administration. Those will be additional costs not yet identified. And tendering is the next item on the on administration, and council will have to do this in solving our hub civic center dilemma. The municipality doesn't have a good track record when it comes to project overruns. For example, years ago, the Kingston Water Park overrun was over $1 million. The Kyle Drive South Expansion project doubled from $2 to $4 million, and that was approved by council. The roundabout on Highway 2 at the Merlin Town Line has now ballooned to 3 times the original cost. Why? Are we not opening ourselves up again to massive overruns? How can important decisions be made when we don't have all the facts? The initial cost of the hub was allocated at $53 million, and the mayor has stated that the money's been set aside to do this project. Well, where did that money come from? CK's building life cycle reserve? It's still taxpayers' money, and with our history of overruns, it's estimated that the cost for the retro Sears will exceed $95 million when it's all said and done. Also, for roughly every $2 million spent or saved, it equates to a 1% tax hike or savings. And you know what? We still don't know about the parking garage. 150 spaces are reserved for staff parking.
1 minute warning.
Who will pay for that parking? Staff? I don't know, but it could amount to about $90,000 a year if taxpayers have to do it. So to councilors Anderson and Harrigan, to councilors Sakachi, Doyle, and Thompson, to councilors Wright and McDonald, to councilors McGrail and Jubenville, to councilors Hall and McGregor, to councilors Story, Finn, McGregor, Allen, Bondi, and Crew. You know your wards. You should know what the pressing items are in your wards. And I don't believe that it's a hub. I think in Tilbury, for example, you've got water issues. You've got revitalization of the downtown. Wheatley, the same thing. You know, you look at everything that's happening right now, You take a look at in Ward 4, the Dresden dump. Water quality issues. The vast majority of people do not want the hub.
Thank you, that's time.
Remember, your legacy depends on your vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Now up is Tom Coatsworth. On deck is Sarah Tanner.
Hi, my name's Tom Coatsworth. I live in Ward 2 near Blenheim. I'm a lifelong resident. I'd like to look at the Chatham-Kent Community Hub standard for a minute. This is a new standard, and you won't find it in any book. It is the lofty standard that has produced the current estimate to refurbish the Civic Center, Library, and Museum at a cost of $108 million. That's double, if not triple, earlier estimates. As late as 2023, you had an estimate of $28 million to refurbish the Civic Center. Under the hub standard, that increases to 54, not quite double. The CK Hub standard would have us build an entire new museum to the tune of $20 million, and the library would hemorrhage a jaw-dropping $34 million. Bear in mind that this study presumes that there is no hub, that the hub project is shelved, deceased, it's dead, or we wouldn't be looking at it. It's remarkable then that this standard should survive it, like some sort of tyrannical ghost peering over our shoulders and informing our every decision. But let's not throw out standards too quickly. In a world of falling standards, we need all the standards we can get. What if we retool it and train this exacting standard onto the execution of these plans? We have a mall that will be anchored by a museum, a library, and a municipal government. The projects are all noble enterprises, but typically do not draw big spenders. My CK Hub standards want to know something about staffing. When we doubled the library space and increased the museum 10 times, how do we hope to pay for increased staffing? The CK Community Hub standard, when applied to itself and its own development, wants to know why wasn't the job that recreated it put out to tender as per municipal expectations? We don't seem capable or willing to follow our own humdrum standards, let alone this lofty golden imperial. The standard as applied to accessibility tells me that our library today is more accessible than perched on a second story in the hub. Our very own parking makes the municipal business much more accessible to ratepayers today at the Civic Center rather than having to navigate the diverse distractions of the hub. The lofty hub standard, if applied to savings, for example, insists that we don't need to make existing buildings pass new building standards. And we can return to the 2023 estimate of $28 million to repair the Civic Center. And with this decision, we won't pay for the debenture, which will cost maybe $8 million if it's cost out over 20 years. For the enhanced security that will cost $500,000 a year versus the $45,000 we pay now. That's $12 million in savings over 20 years. And we won't have to sell our riverfront property, our beautiful Civic Center, and our handsome library on Queen. Those two save us $10 million in public assets that we already own. So that's $30 million in savings, $2 million more than the 28. And with that, we may wish, some of us, to keep the Sears building and raise it to the ground, because we don't want to hang out our private investors to dry, for one. We led them down this garden path as much as they led us. This was a co-production seduction from the start. And as anyone knows who has
1 minute warning.
And as anyone knows who has visited a grand old city, there are parks sprinkled everywhere. And we may take some inspiration from that and make a fine green space adjacent to the mall. And there may be a golden plaque there. And on that plaque, it may read, the Chatham-Kent Community Hub Standard Park. Thank you.
1 minute. 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 1 minute Next speaker is Sarah Tanner. On deck is Peggy Naidum.
Good evening. Thank you to the mayor and council for allowing me to speak tonight regarding item number 13A on the community hub. My name is Sarah Tanner. I'm a longtime resident of Dresden, and I'm raising a young family there. I stood before you back in October of 2024 doing a deputation against the hub, and I'm here again today to do the same. Back in October, I believe there were 25 deputations, and approximately 22 of those were against it. Yet, council still moved forward to the next step, spending another $2 million. I'm here tonight, again, to strongly oppose this. This project is not the financially responsible option. There has already been a disregard for taxpayers' money when the mayor and council approved the purchase of the Sears portion of the downtown Chatham Centre for approximately $2 million over the appraisal amount. But Mr. Rob Meyers, one of the private investors in 100 King Street, stated in a recent social media video and newspaper ads that they aren't in it to make money. This seems odd. And why are the private investors who sold the Sears building to the municipality doing social media blitz regarding the hub? It's very confusing to the community that those are completely two separate things. 100 King is supposedly still happening, regardless if the hub happens or not. Would that not revitalize the downtown Chatham area? Maybe they can look for a different business, maybe an aquatic center, something else. That would bring a lot of families from all of the communities into Chatham, not the hub. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm like... The Civic Center's required updates can be done for much less. The recent report that says it's 108 some odd million, I believe, is a bunch of baloney. We do not need all the bells and whistles that that report is doing, and we can definitely upgrade our beautiful Civic Center where it is for a lot less on just the basics. That's what's needed right now. Our outlying communities have a lot more pressing issues, our roads, everything that everybody else has spoken against. And not to mention, this has already been stated, but we will need to rent 175 parking spaces for the municipal staff at the hub. But we have all the parking at the location we are currently at and own. So why add that amount? It was not, we don't even have a cost of what the parking would be at the hub location. Why wasn't that included in the apples to apples cost comparison and drawings? We don't even have drawings of the Civic Center. I, along with so many others, do not see how the community hub benefits wards 1 through 5. What happens to all our smaller town libraries and service centers if this community hub passes? We already lost our ambulance, police stations with amalgamation. We don't need to lose more services, and we definitely do not need to pay higher taxes. Some councillors have stated it isn't written anywhere that the small communities would lose any of these services, but it's the very first thing that comes up during budget talks, is cutting these exact services in the smaller rural communities. The Civic Center is a beautiful building in a great location, waterfront property. Oh, it also houses the Chatham Fire Station, I believe, number 1. Where's this fire station going and moving? If the Civic Center is sold, what is the cost of moving that fire station and where would it even go? Why is that cost not included in the estimates of the community hub? If a fire station is required in Chatham, then why is there not an estimate for that cost and an estimate for moving the library and museum to the... So yeah, this was my big brainstorm. So the Civic Center has space to add on to it. What if we added the library and the museum on top of the Civic Center? Well, that's thinking outside the box, and if the fire hall does eventually have to move, that's even more space for all that stuff in a building we already own. And then the current library could be sold. Yeah, I know. Okay, why did the estimate for the Civic Center increase from $37 million to $54 million due to the increase of threat of tariffs? But the community hub estimate did not increase due to the threat of tariffs. Last I checked, the original estimates were done way before any threat of terrorists, so it seems odd only the Civic Center estimate was increased. And 34.7 million for the library? It's already a library. What are you doing? And 19.4 million for the museum? Again, those numbers don't seem right. Not to mention increasing the square footage from by 52%. Sorry?
That's time.
You didn't give me a 1 minute warning?
I did.
Okay. Shit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The final deputation this evening is from Peggy Naidum.
Mr. Mayor and Chatham-Kent Council members, I thank you for allowing me to speak on what seems to be a highly debated topic. I am Peggy Naidum, a wife, mother of 2, grandchildren of 3, who all live in Chatham-Kent. I consider myself extremely fortunate, however, at the same time concerned that Chatham-Kent continues to support a stagnant economy and a dismal future. The proposed hub project housing City Hall, an expanded library, museum, and an art gallery in one central location is a bold move towards changing the no direction that has failed Chatham-Kent for far too long. Research into what is holding Chatham-Kent back, planning to prioritize the steps, the vision to provide a positive future, and the willingness to get it done is what needs to be focused on. Without a doubt, this is an extremely complex order to put solely on the administration and council. So complex that without the input and support of the entire community will take decades to solve. However, it needs to start now. It is only through dedication, a focused vision, never losing sight of the finished line and the hard work that it can be accomplished. I know I have personally seen the seemingly impossible and improbable become reality. I have also seen the costs associated with setting those standards and the passion it takes to achieve it. I also know the extreme support required. I urge this to Council to vote unitedly in favor of moving forward with the hub, a huge leap in presenting Chatham-Kent as a positive, forward-thinking community and one that is inviting and has tools to enhance companies both large and small, providing growth as well as spurring and inspiring to increase investment into the entire community, resulting in a broader share tax base and a broader, happier life. To the community of Chatham-Kent, I urge you to support the hub as a show of solidarity, equipping administration and council with the tools and resources needed to make this future reality one step at a time. As I'm going to speak now personally, a little bit more personally, the Civic Center has needed work being done to it. It's been neglected for many years. Every time this has been brought up, it's been turned down. So we have investors who invested into this community. They mentioned about the hub. They come up with the design, and they've talked about the library, which my daughter, she's a teacher, she loves taking her students to, but it needs to expand. It needs to get, it needs to expand. And for every time she goes there, she has a hard time parking. There's only a couple places to park there. So the parking, if it moves to the hub downtown with the Civic Center and the museum, half of the museum's artifacts, history that is Chatham-Kent, is stored inside the mall. So that museum needs to be brought out so the community can enjoy it and cherish all the history that is in Chatham-Kent. So I think we need to vote for the hub to go ahead and bring all that together.
1 minute warning.
So that Chatham can grow, and in the end of that, Chatham-Kent is worth investing in, for everybody to invest in, by the people, for the people.
Mr. Mayor, we'll now move on to the consent agenda. This evening, the following reports have been pulled to be voted on separately. Item 13A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub Detailed Design Phase. There's a presentation by the consultant. Item 13C, motion by Councillor Story regarding financial accountability for the proposed next phase of the Chatham-Kent Hub. That is dependent on the vote on 13A. Item 14C, tax arrears write-offs, pulled by Councillor Jubenville. Item 14E, the motion of Councillor Story regarding economic impact of tariffs in our community and possible support options, pulled by Councillor Story and Councillor B. McGregor. Item 15A, the 2025 Wellbeing Status Report, pulled by Councillor Story. Item 16A, the lease extension for 185 Murray Street, Chatham. We have a conflict of interest, and it's pulled by Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Story. Therefore, remaining in the consent agenda to be voted on in one motion are items 13B, 14A, B, and D, and number 17A.
I apologize, Madam Clerk. I'd like to remove the tariff motion for next meeting, as there will be a staff report that I'd like to review with them first to make sure that they align. I apologize. I'd like to pull that to defer
Okay,
to
noted.
next
Thank you.
meeting. Thank you.
So you're going to defer, you want to push it to the next meeting, okay.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
Happy to move it. And to second.
Anyone opposed to the agenda, or show of hands if anyone's opposed. Passed unanimously. We'll go on to item 13, Infrastructure and Engineering Services.
13A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub Detailed Design Phase.
Sorry, before we get started, I just want to explain. So we're going to have a presentation, and then I'm going to open it up to council for questions of the presenter and administration. Then we'll move on to the next phase of the discussion, and it'll be just discussion. So at that point, will be timed 5 minutes for anybody who wants to speak on that. So we're separating the questions from the statements. So we'll be doing a two-phase there. So after this presentation, I'll open up to council for questions. Thanks. The clerk has something else to add just before we get started the presentation.
My apologies. Just wanted to clarify to council and just for the public, this evening, as you heard, we had 23 deputations. Council over the past week or so has received letters directly to themselves, 160 in favor and 50 not in favor. And in addition, there was a petition included in the communication package that was against the hub with 1,345 unconfirmed signatures. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good evening. As you received by now by the amount of information distributed to you since the last meeting, we've been busy. We've been meeting and listening to team members from Civic Center, Museum, and Library involved with this project, incorporating their suggested changes, meeting with Accessibility Committee and the Age-Friendly Committees, and reviewing their suggested input, provided comparative analysis for the Civic Center or the existing Civic Center, Museum, and Library, so you can use this information to make an informed decision. Providing a Class A estimate, pre-tender estimates for construction in advance of tonight. And today, we're back to meet with you to present the overall plan. For starters, in terms of the overall project, as we know by now, the project involves a new Civic Center, Museum, and Library, all on one site. To date, we've completed up to approximately 99% of the detail package. So we're just basically getting the final reviews from administration to incorporate the last minute items that we need to sort of coordinate with the administration. The budget, as we all know by now, is $53 million for the property, the purchase of the Sears building, the design, construction, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And lastly, there was about $2 million worth of investigative work that's associated, separate and distinct from the $53 million. In terms of the plan, if you recall, we've located all the essential parts of the program that are geared towards accessibility. This accounts for ease of drop-off off of King Street, off of Fifth Street as well. The number of visitors that access to the hub, we know by now that's going to be in excess of about 200,000 visitors a year that's expected to visit the hub. The desire for daylight in terms of some of the program elements like the library requiring a little bit more daylight than others, and parking. Council chambers needs to be on the main floor from all our experience. And it's because that's where the municipality conducts business with its developers and the general public. Public access in the form of parking, drop-off is also well accounted for along King, along Fifth, and in a separate and distinct parking area off of the south side of the building, in addition to the parking garage. In terms of the second floor, we've located all the essential parts of the program geared towards visitor access to account for the additional library area. We can't fit all the library all on the main floor because of the size of the building, so the library needs to be on 2 floors. And then the remaining part of that is providing a secure access for all the administration and staff. They need to work in a separate and secure access for them to remain private and secure throughout their daily function. And it's not accessible to the public. We've also provided site design and accessibility. As we all know, we've highlighted this throughout our various communication as well as through our presentations. Communicating our message on accessibility through all appendices through various council reports. We've provided all those updates for you. We provided all the updates on the CK Let's Talk page for the greater public. We also had various meetings with Accessibility and Advisory Committee and Age Friendly Committee to make sure that we were hitting the mark when it comes to accessibility. On the screen there, you'll see some of the, in terms of accessibility, in terms of some of the features that the building's going to have. We've added 2 public elevators in the core of the building to provide access upstairs and downstairs, or upstairs into the, from the main floor to the second floor. The library will have its own distinct elevator, and then there's 1 additional service elevator. The interactive kiosks, counter heights, and assisted listening has also been provided. It's much more accessible from the standpoint of people that have hearing impairments that can sort of visit the hub. We'll have the new modern sort of design sort of aspects sort of dealt with that throughout the entire hub. We have accessibility signage. We have washrooms and parking throughout the entire facility. And then we've increased the accessibility parking compared to the current Civic Center, library, and museum. On the aspect of design principles, some of the things that we sort of use to sort of ensure that we're on the mark when it comes to design really has to do with, number 1 is the Ontario Building Code. This is kind of the Bible that we use to sort of make sure that we're on the mark in terms of providing all the known or the sort of law-abiding kind of aspects of the hub that we have to sort of meet in terms of building code. In addition to that, Chatham-Kent has its own accessibility design standards called FADS. We've met those as well. There's another one, overlying one, that has accessibility for Ontarians for disabilities, the AODA. That covers all sort of public buildings throughout, and private and public buildings, as well as sort of we're meeting design best practices for the visually impaired, hearing impaired, and physical mobility, people with physical mobility disabilities. In terms of parking, As we know, there's the parking garage on the south side of the building. There's going to be new accessible parking spaces provided in the new surface lot on the site, as I mentioned, off the rear of the site. There's going to be accessible parking and pickup and drop-off spaces along King Street as well as 5th. And then, and apart from that is there's also barrier-free parking that's going to be accommodated within the parking garage. And the one thing that, we need to sort of understand too, that these parking spaces are all sheltered within the parking garage. That's one advantage that we have, building that we currently have through, in comparison to the library and the museum, that there's no covered or sheltered parking for people with disabilities. So that's one increase that, that this one here has an advantage. In terms of walking distances, there's, again, we have the parking spots that are within AODA guidelines. As I mentioned before, we've also taken the initiative to sort of compare this throughout other municipalities in Ontario with a sort of equal size range of population compared to Chatham-Kent. And the distance of 329 feet or to 492 feet range is within that sort of comparative analysis that we've done through other municipalities. The one other thing too to understand is on site we're going to have a significant increase in the number of parking spaces for both public and for visitors as well as for staff. In the public parking spaces right now, if we take the combined effects of library, civic, as well as museum, we have about 125 spaces between them, and that's including barrier-free parking spaces. If we take into account the staff parking, that's including barrier-free, we're at 119. Comparatively, we have, for the new CK Hub, we're going to have 175 spaces for staff, as well as 450 spaces for visitor and public. That's, again, including the ones on the street, along 5th, along King Street, and as well as in that parking space or the parking lot in the back. I'll touch on council chambers. The one thing with council chambers too to understand is, as I mentioned at the outset, is located on the main floor. And the reason is because we want to increase the amount of accessibility. It's going to have the latest technology for council. As I mentioned, all the assisted listening that you're going to be now, if you require assisted listening, when you come to council, you're going to be able to be sort of take advantage of that. It's sort of you can hear council sessions. It's located on the main floor for accessibility, as I mentioned, but it's also because of that's where we believe that where the municipality does most of its business is through the sort of council chamber. Adjacent to that, there'll be a main security desk to monitor the ongoing security throughout the day through the operation of the facility, but is also through council chamber that'll be right adjacent to the actual council chambers. And as I mentioned, council chamber is right off the main entrance of the building. So as you come in off of King Street, you'll find council chambers immediately to your right. We've also improved customer service and security. Customer service, we know that, in the form of Service Ontario and Chatham-Kent service that we need to have on the main floor. And again, that's for the same issue as we derived before, is providing the need for accessibility. People need to be directly, coming off the main entrance and have it close by. So now we have the customer service is right adjacent to the entry doors as we come in off of King Street. It'll be near the main security desk. It'll also have breakout rooms for privacy. So if you need to have private conversations that you need to come to do business with the municipality or Service Ontario, you'll be able to do that privately. In addition to that, you'll have separate waiting areas for each Chatham-Kent as well as Service Ontario. There'll be, again, there's a large variety of seating that for the, all kinds of size of people that can come to the into the waiting room or into the waiting area, and provide that sort of flexibility to for the Service Ontario as well as for Chatham-Kent. the full-time security for all services during operation, as I mentioned, and then that increases the improved response for customers as well as medical emergencies. The library. We talked about, in terms of its increase of total space, you know, when we started this venture, we knew that in speaking to all the administration, we were able to derive from all the needs of all the Chatham-Kent Civic Center, as well as the library and museum. They need extra space. We produced what's called a program that basically requires or analyzes all the number of meeting rooms, offices, and you know, cubicle spaces, cubicle stations throughout the center. So the library had a need for increased area. So the space allocation here in terms of its allocation is 43,500 square feet. And that's because we're increasing it by 90%. The current library is deficient in space by, it's roughly about half the size that they require. We've increased, because of the increase, we'll be able to provide programming rooms as well as the need for shipping and receiving docks out the south end. I know there was a little bit of discussion on their shipping and receiving sort of loading docks off the south edge. Right now, the current plan is to remove 2 of the existing 4, lessening the traffic in terms of the overall amount of trucks that are going to be visiting for shipping and receiving into the CK hub, because we only need 2 in terms of what we need for the library and museum, as well as the civic center. As I mentioned, there's the increased accessibility for the library because it has a dedicated elevator to sort of go, because I mentioned it's on 2 floors. So you're having a special dedicated elevator for that. We'll have AODA shelving. So again, the accessibility is also drives the, you know, how spaced the book shelving has to be, how high the book shelving needs to be for reach and accessibility. Again, the new standard today is it drives a little bit more open space plan, as well as more circulation in between the shelving. The museum, as I mentioned that when we went back to the programming, they also required additional area. It has an expanded exhibit area of 9,000 square feet. That's an over 150% increase in the total space from what the current museum has. It also has a community room dedicated to the museum, on-site storage for its collections nearby. And that's another sort of large part of the requirement of the program, as well as the shared shipping and receiving docks, as I mentioned, off the south edge. Accessibility on for the museum, we've also increased accessibility here as well. As I mentioned, the museum has to be on the main floor to maximize the accessibility for seniors and for the like. And so we place it on the main floor together with the main floor of the library and the council chambers. Next, we'll touch on costs. I know there has been a lot of debate and others understanding in terms of where we are with cost, but this is where we've kind of I've broken it down for you so you can understand a little bit further in terms of where we are with cost. So the general construction, the first line in terms of the including contingencies, is of $42.9 million. That number includes contingencies. It includes tariff contingency. It includes escalation contingency. It includes construction contingency, things that we know that we're going to embark upon as we go into the next sort of phase of this project. The next one is what we understood the building purchase to be of $2.95 million. The consulting costs in terms of what's our cost for designing and the engineering to sort of produce what we see today, $2.3 million. Hazardous substances removal, because we know there's some asbestos in the building that we have to remove. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So throughout all the spaces for the Civic Center, as well as the library and museum, all the staff spaces, they'll all have new office furniture as well as cubicles. Audio-visual, again, to bring the current technology to date that we need today for council chambers, as well as all the meeting rooms and all the different parts of the plan that need to sort of come together to make sure that we have the latest and greatest ability to communicate with not only amongst the meetings within the hub, but also outside in terms of people visiting. There's a moving expense that's associated to that as well, in terms of getting all the museum, library, and civic center moved to the new hub. And then there's PABC relocations, which is in large part furniture and sort of area assessment within the new area at the PABC building. And then the last one is firewall allocation. Now, the one thing I want to stress that this includes all taxes as well. So we know that all the current taxes that we're basically have to face in terms of construction, they're included in that, into the $52.883 million. And I mentioned, you know, like in terms of the contingencies, it does include all the escalation and tariffs. I'll touch on tariffs in a minute, but understanding that we're at this stage where we are with the Class A estimate, we know what the tariffs of today, and we have accounted for that in the current estimate of the Class A budget. So we don't have to guess, we don't have to worry about you know, anything that's coming that we don't know of today, because it's all in the Class A estimate. Things that's going to happen tomorrow that we don't know what, you know, USA will sort of decide on tomorrow, what to sort of make good on any new tariffs are coming. One thing that will be provided for, and I'll touch on it when I hit the tariffs, is that we've accounted those by making sure that we've provided what was called separate prices as well as contingencies in there to make sure that we allow for the unforeseen that we're going to sort of embark on in the next little phase of tendering. So on tariffs, we've been very, very proactive. Once we knew tariffs were going to be a part of construction and part of our world, we went to our consultants, our engineers, who basically look at all the mechanical equipment, lighting fixtures, things that we know that we can make sure that we can spec or specify everything that comes made in Canada. So we stressed that all the fixtures like mechanical equipment, lighting fixtures, furniture, we stressed to them that we're only going to be selecting things that are made in Canada. So we know that the tariffs, as I mentioned, the things that we know now that are accounted for in the current Class A budget, and then the tariffs that sort of need to be are accounted for in a tender close. So what we do is we provide a list of, let's say, 20 items on our, when we go out for tender. And we say, if we get into trouble, if we know that there's items that are unforeseen, like, you know, copper pipe or different elements in the types of lighting fixtures or different fixtures that we have within the community hub, we're looking at providing alternative pricing or alternative manufacturers for each one of those items. So we've accounted for at least 20 items within those provisional items to make sure that and it makes up of about $1.8 million in terms of total expenditures that are, again, we know that they're included in our Class A budget, but they're earmarked for what happens in the event of, you know, other tariffs or other things sort of coming up as we're going to the next stage of tender. Then again, just for everybody's sake too, is, you know, one thing to remember, tariffs only account for a very slight margin of the overall costing. So when you hear 25 and 30% tariffs being charged on goods like steel, like aluminum, when they're discussed in the media, this only affects a very small percentage of the overall build or the overall cost of the CK Hub. And what I mean to you is that, or trying to tell you is that when you consider things like mechanical and lighting, 50% of their cost, their trade cost, is labor. The other 50% is materials. Of those materials, if they're made with steel or aluminum, we're paying a 25 or 30% tariff or extra on just those smaller items. And we think that it won't exceed somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 worth of total cost, and it's already provided in the contingency allowance within our Class A budget. So understand that, again, like it accounts for a very small segment of the overall budget, and there's no need to concern from our standpoint. I'll touch on the high-level cost comparison. I know there was a lot of discussion on this tonight. So just kind of taking you through the sort of the columns to make sure that you're aware of what the numbers mean and what we're trying to say. So each one of the Civic Center, or each one of the facilities are represented. So Civic Center, Museum, and Library, they each have 3 columns. The left column is existing building. So each of the buildings were analyzed in terms of life cycle, in terms of what would be required to make good or improve the mechanical equipment, flooring, doors, painting, those kinds of things, light fixtures, just to bring an improvement to those features, to bring them up to current standards, or today in terms of our current sort of new, to make a more modern facility within each one of the facilities. The next column, the middle column, is existing building renovation. So what we did was we provided, through administration, we were asked to review and analyze a very high-level approach to the Civic Center, the museum, and the library, and provide what would need to be done to those facilities to make them something equal to what we're providing in the hub. So items like area, items like overall space, overall the fit of materials, the finish of materials, the types of equipment that's going in terms of comparison to the hub. We did a like-for-like comparison in terms of what we would need to do to the current facility to bring those up to the current hub. Now, the one thing that is interesting to note, the next horizontal line there that you can see where it says total square foot, if you take a look at the existing building, and again, to say, for example, the Civic Center is 43,500 square feet, that's the existing Civic Center to the way it is today. As I mentioned to you last day when I was in front of you presenting that, if we needed to do whatever type of expansion you want to do to the Civic Center, in order to bring those up to current standards in terms of accessibility and AODA standards, that building's got to grow by 30%. The current building doesn't satisfy the need for space that you have that we've been asked by a council or by administration to accommodate within the current hub. So what I mean by that is the number of meeting rooms, space for staff, mechanical penthouses, all the different needs that need to be done to the existing Civic Center to account for a like-for-like comparison to the current hub. That takes the area up to 60,900 square feet. And the reason which is, as I mentioned before, is now you're not taking advantage of shared space. The great advantage that you have with the Civic Center is, with the CK Hub, is that you take advantage of shared space. We only have to do meeting rooms once. You only have to do staff lunchroom once. You only have to do washrooms combined in a central hub once. So the idea is, if we separate and kind of not go along the path of CK Hub, you have to understand that because we have to improve those areas, you're not going to be able to share those spaces or those resources anymore. So this is why it grows the program in each of the facilities in a very similar manner. And then the last one is the CH costing. You can see the last, sort of the third column, the $20.5 million. That's what the proportionate cost of the Civic Center is to sort of do the CK Hub, or the Civic Center, the Civic Center portion of the CK Hub. So you can see right away that in order for us to sort of come up, and again, we've used in terms of the calculations that we've used a very similar number in terms of cost per square foot, in terms of renovation cost, in terms of new build that we're using in the CK Hub. So there's no guessing involved. We received all the different estimates from all the different phases of the plan that we've done throughout the different months that we've been working on the CK Hub, and we've used those as a sort of a line item to make sure that we understand the cost per square foot that we're going to do if we're going to improve each of the facilities separately. And then we did, again, the very similar sort of analysis for the museum and the library. And again, you know, if we think of sort of nothing else, sort of the numbers that has been sort of communicated in the media as well, the $47.8 million, That's if we do nothing other than doing a life cycle improvement to the current facilities, not growing the existing facilities, not adding area, because we need area, but that's basically, if we don't do anything to the existing facilities, we need to spend about $47 million to sort of get those up to current standard. If we take a look at in terms of the high-level comparison in terms of where we are to match area for area in terms of the CK hub, that number grows to $108 million. That's what sort of the cost to sort of improve each of the different facilities to make something equal and comparative to the CK hub. I'll have Gord sort of touch on the next slide.
Thank you, Dan. For those that don't know me, I'm Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer, and I just have a slide here on the hub funding model. This hasn't changed. This is the exact same slide that was reported to Council in October 2023. We've been talking about $53 million for the entire time, so there was no reason to change this. And I'm just going to go through, people, Council, you've seen this before, but for the public, I want to go through this again, line per line. So we start off with property sales. This is based on the appraisals that we've had done in 2023, so we haven't changed those figures, but that's the $9 million is assuming that the Civic Center and the Chatham Library are sold. Line 2 is development charges, and I heard that in a deputation tonight. This is from our approved development charge bylaw 149-2022 that Council approved. Yes, it expires, as all development charge bylaws expire, but in 2027, Council will be looking at approving a new one. So I just want to make that clear that that they naturally do expire, and new ones are coming. Then, where a significant amount of the funding is coming from is actually started in 2015 when Council started building up a reserve for new buildings. We have a lot of buildings. We know that many of them are 50, 60, 70 years old, and that we would have to build replace buildings in the future. So we phased this in over 10 years, but we Council approved in the multi-year budget, getting that up to an equivalent of 1% of taxes annually going into there. We've already have, by 2027, when this is being finished, we will have accumulated $9 million in that reserve. And then in the existing building reserve, line 4 here, this is the $6 million is funds that has accumulated in the building life cycle reserve through the Council directions to not fix up the Civic Center. We know we have to do something. Whatever Council decides, it's in your hands. But this is what's accumulated up until now to put into a Civic Center life cycle repairs. And number 5, by having a newly renovated building, we're expecting savings by having no life cycle needs for the first decade there. So that comes up with $36 million of funding. The remaining close to $17 million is proposed debenture. In 2023, I used 4.5% because that was the rates we were looking at that time. It's actually much better than that now. We're somewhere in the 3 to 3.5% of where municipalities could borrow. That'll cut another $300,000 off the annual financing needs of that 20-year debenture. But to be clear, that's being funded also through that new building reserve. So that's why there's no new taxes. This is a fully funded endeavor, and that's why, yeah, we're looking at no new taxes. So that is why administration is firmly recommending to Council to proceed through the procurement process. As the Chief Financial Officer, I'm recommending it because it can be afforded entirely within current budgets, no tax increase, will help reduce our infrastructure gap and our future life cycle funding needs as we consolidate the Civic Center and Library into one site. And is much more affordable than as Dan just outlined in the slide before, the $108 million of looking at all three buildings individually. There's no closures of rural infrastructure because of this construction project. Council, you make service level decisions. This project does not make a service level decision. The project will also retain much needed construction and trade jobs in uncertain times with Canada's terror fight with the US president. We'll also be seeking out donations, new revenues, and naming rights to further offset these costs, in addition to selling the surplus properties to the private sector. Hopefully that they'll be renewed into tax-paying facilities and new property taxes. And we'll also be seeking out upper levels of stimulus if they were to arrive as part of this Canada-US fight. So I'll return over to Edward and Dan.
Thank you, Gordon and Dan. Mr. Mayor and Council. So the report you have before you tonight really is focused on one thing, and that's the question about proceeding to construction procurement. Whether or not we're going to proceed with procurement. If Council does decide to proceed with procurement, then we would, if we do decide to go construction procurement, we would initiate that over the summer. Over the course of summer, we would complete that, and hopefully we'll be coming back to Council with a recommendation to you on the construction procurement with a final cost. During that time, we'd also be coming back to you with the consulting fees for construction administration. If that was then proceeded and approved by Council, the contract to award would be initiated in October, and sometime in December, late this year, we would proceed with construction activities. The construction itself is anticipated to last anywhere between 18 to 24 months. That would be worked out once we finalize the construction procurement. And we'd be looking at an end of project completion somewhere at the end of 2027. So with that, Dan and Gord have presented a lot of information here. We'll open it up to any questions from Council.
Councillor Bondi. So these are questions specifically to administration or to the presenter. We're not making any statements, but these are just specific to get into your questions answered, just to clarify for all of Council. Thanks.
Okay, sure, great. Thanks, Mayor Caniff. This would be for Gord, I guess. So, Gord, you say there's no tax impact, but if we use money in reserves, what I've been told over and over again over 15 years is that we have to put that money back in. So I would suggest that there would be a tax impact as we have to replenish the reserves. And I would also predict or suggest that we'll likely raise taxes this year, which we do every year. So if we use this money for the hub and not for, say, a bridge, and we raise taxes to raise money to fix the bridge, doesn't the money effectively come out of one pot? I know it's divided into a number of reserves, but I just can't get my head around this doesn't have a tax impact when it's all tax dollars. Like, how can it not have a tax impact?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question, Councillor. So this is a specific reserve that Council approved in 2015 and has funded for a decade to get up to this 1% funding. That's only to be used for replacing buildings. It's not the bridge reserve. This is a separated reserve that Council dedicated only for new buildings.
Right.
We're using less than half of that annual funding on this, and we will need that for the 20 years of paying the debenture. But that 1% is in your budget already. It's not going to increase. And the remainder is available for any other types of buildings that Council may want to look at over the next 20, 30 years.
Okay, well, I get it's not from the bridge reserve, obviously. So this reserve, when we use this money, so it's not the hub reserve, it's for buildings, right? So do we have to replenish this reserve? Like, for instance, Gord, let me just, I'm sure you were there. Council voted, agreed to contribute $1 million to the hospice years ago. And I just remember this one because it was a great presentations, et cetera. And we were told by, I think it was Mike Turner back then, that, okay, and this was in the middle of the term, and he said, well, Council, that's fine. And this is when the math was simple, $1 million equal to 1% tax increase. He said, so you're going to go into this next budget starting with the 1% tax increase because we had used this reserve, and that was fine. We said, okay, it's worth it, let's do this. So now, it's pretty simple. Do we have to replenish this reserve? Because we weren't saving up for the hub or the Civic Center, we were saving up for building replacement, and I'm sure there's plenty of buildings that need to be replaced or fixed over the course of the next, I don't know, generation. So, simply stated, do we have to replenish this reserve money that we are using? And if not, that'll be the first time in 15 years I've ever heard that.
So the answer is no, and the difference is that hospice was not a planned project. You didn't put it in into the budgets of the time when the hospice was built. It was a request that came to council, and council took it out of strategic reserve, and over time that reserve needs to be replaced. This has been a planned all along that you're going to need to replace buildings at some point in time, and so council has had the foresight since 2015 to plan ahead for this. So that's why it's no.
Well, I don't really see the difference because we're going to have to replace other buildings too. So this wasn't, right? Like, so this one doesn't have to be replenished because we're doing, it doesn't make sense to me because this isn't the only building we're going to have to fix and or replace. Like, you know, fix the Civic Center, replace it. So, but we don't have to top this one back up because this money wasn't saved for this. It was saved for buildings all across the municipality at any event. So it seems like it's a double standard to me.
So again, this is the first building that council has recommended to build. So this is the first project out of the gate. For 20 years, yes, we will be paying a debenture, about $1 million a year of the approximately $2.3 million a year going into that reserve will be for the CK Hub project if this is approved. The other $1.3 million is available for other buildings, whatever next council asks the administration to look at. And after that 20-year period, that $1 million will be available for other buildings. There's no new tax ask in the recommendation.
Okay, I still don't kind of, I'll just leave that there. Okay, so now, again, it is more of a comment, I guess, or you can clear it up for me. But if we do raise taxes this year and use this money for the hub, how can we say that there's no tax impact? Like, we're not going to raise taxes and say it was for the hub, but we don't raise taxes and say it's generally for anything. We just say it's for operating costs of the municipality as a whole, right? And wouldn't this fall into that basket of, you know, operational costs of the municipality? So if we raise taxes by, my guess this year is 4.3. That's my guess. That's not going to be correct, but that's my guess. So if we do that, and we're using tax money to do this, I just don't like when I hear like there's no tax impact when all we're using is tax money. It doesn't seem to make any sense, right? Like, that's okay.
You're correct that what you've accumulated in the reserve is tax dollars, and the current level of funding going into this reserve is already approved in your multi-year budget. It's just that this is specifically for new builds. When you talk about what a 4.3 or whatever percent of whatever the 2026 budget would be, that includes life cycle costs for fixing every building that we have, but as far as the new CK Hub, there will be no impact.
Okay, we're just choosing to use different words, but I think we're probably on the same page. Anyway, no, we're not on the same page, definitely not. Okay, next question. When you, not you particularly, Gord, but when the report came out a couple weeks ago with the $108 million cost for bringing the museum, library, and civic center up to the standards of the potential hub building, is that really fair? Because in that report it said we would tear the library down and build a new one, buy the land and build a new one to the standards of this library that would be in the hub, which we would never do. We've never talked about it. Most people don't even know where the museum is. So I don't think we're going to build a new one of those. So isn't that slightly misleading to say, you know, I heard it on the radio, I was in Kingsville as a matter of fact, and they said, well, this is what a bargain, because this is only going to cost $53 million and not the 108 that it would cost if we don't do this. And I only speak for myself, but I would hazard a guess that if the hub is denied, voted down today, that we would then dive into plans to buy a piece of land to demolish the library and build a new one and do the same thing with the museum. Like, to me, it's fear-mongering, because we're not going to do that. The museum, if this fails, this hub thing, I would bet what little money I have on the idea that we're not going to tear down the museum, or, well, the museum's in the cultural center, right? So there's that. It doesn't even have its own building. But so where do you come up with this, I guess, is my question. Has there been some, did I miss a couple council meetings where we talked about building a new library? Well, I'm not trying to be, but
So maybe I'll start with that. Again, Edward Solo, General Manager of Infrastructure and Engineering Services. You may recall, Councillor, that this motion was requested by Council to provide a high-level comparison of apples to apples of taking those facilities and building them to the same standard as the hub. We all heard how important it is in terms of accessibility at the new hub. So we want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples and incorporating accessibility into the existing library, into a future museum, and at the existing civic center. So that's the mandate that was directed to us by Council, to do that comparison, do the same standard. So when you start to look at that standard, in some of those locations, I'm going to correct you because you said we're going to demolish the library. No, the design actually is to add on to it. It's the museum.
It says demolish in the report. There's demolition costs in the report.
There's an addition to the library, Councillor, but I'll let Dan get into more of the details themselves about what we actually did with the council motion. Dan?
Okay, like you guys, you don't have to really get into details of that, right? Like, I get it, and I know the motion, I think it was Anthony Sakachi's motion, to have an apples-to-apples comparison. And fine, you can read into that in this way if you choose to, but in practicality, it's not going to happen. Like, if this thing fails tonight, I really don't think we're going to start discussing bringing the library. That discussion's never been had before this idea came along. The library was fine. We maintained it, painted it, whatever. But anyway, that's more of a comment. So I understand where it's just you can read things differently, and I would just suggest that you and I didn't read them the same way. So I'll leave it there because it's going to be a long night. So thanks, guys.
If I can add, just through you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
So the one thing that we were asked to do is in terms of the high-level comparison is, in the library, we're not going to demolish the library. We're going to add to the library in order to get it out to the required space that we have accommodated in the CK Hub. Portion of the existing library needs to be demolished just to expand it. So the end
there's
wall.
that word demolished. I knew it was in there somewhere. Thanks.
Sorry. So it needs to be a slight demolition of the end wall in order to add on the new expansion. So we're not going to leave the existing end wall there in place because we want to expand, so we want to make it all open. The library is going to be all open. on 2 floors. So we did that for the library. We're basically doing an addition just to bring it up to the equal square footage that we're accommodating in the hub. The square footage, as I mentioned when I was presenting, is that was derived from the area that was done through the program summary that we did at the initial stage in terms of what does the space require for what did the library require for space, what does the Civic Center require for space, and what does the museum require for space.
Okay, fair enough, and I get it.
Okay.
I understand that.
And then the CK Hub, if I can add, the Civic Center, in a similar way, we did a review of the current facility, and if you take a look at the one slide that I have up, the existing facility is 43,000 square feet. We need, in terms of comparing that to the hub, 46,000 square feet. Because we're not able to take advantage of the shared space, we need additional meeting rooms that are only for the Civic Center. We need mechanical rooms that are only for the Civic Center. We need cafeteria space that's only for the Civic Center. We can't take advantage of all this shared space. In addition to, we need parking for the Civic Center. We also need to understand that along the Thames River, we need to protect the edge of the embankment along Thames River to protect the asset of the new Civic, or the actually existing Civic Center. That's mandated already in our, in terms of the Region Conservation Authority, to make sure that we protect all banks so they don't erode the bank, and make sure that the actual Civic Center is well protected throughout its future age. If we elected to go and actually spend the money to like increase the vitality or the Civic Center.
Thanks, Dan, for the clarification on that. I've got Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Crew.
Oh, that's okay, I'm all done, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. My questions are purely financial from the report-based perspective. So thank you, Councillor Bondi, for starting those questions. Through the Mayor to our CFO, Gord, I'm just wondering if you can give some comments and share why strategically from a financial or asset management perspective, we make decisions to hold on to debentures for 20 years for large projects like the proposed hub.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with, this is for example purposes that we chose 20 years, but it would be unfair for a taxpayer in 1 year to pay for generational projects. We'd like to spread it over time. Council actually will be, in the next report, if you approve it tonight, there'll be a recommendation on the time frame. It could be extended to 25 or 30 years if council wanted to lower the annual payment. But this is, for an example purposes, we've just used 20 years.
And then just in follow-up to that, some constituents had reached out to me with concerns that some of our other large projects, the Bradley Center was named as one, or other large project, took years to pay off. Can you clarify from your knowledge of history, was that planned, that we would take those debentures out and pay for them generationally as we're doing in this project, or is that because of some fluke and poor finances or errors on our finance planning?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it was approximately $8 million is what the renovations to this building cost, and it was council's decision. And I remember we were coming out of the one of the worst recessions we've ever faced, and it was a council decision to spread those costs over 20 years of the $8 million. So that's, yes, we still owe around $3 million on that this project, but that was planned and directed by council.
Great, thank you. The next question I have, again, directs from some constituent concerns. I think it is to our CAO. It might be to another staff person. So some constituents reached out to me to say, Melissa, I feel like we're going to lose our library. We saw a report that mentioned closing of small libraries. Can you please share as our CAO why you feel that report was brought to council? Was it something that was generated by staff, or was that a question that was brought forward and decided on by council?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So I think the discussion was a discussion around the 2025 budget. And that was initiated by council, and it's not uncommon during budget deliberations for councillors to ask questions about, what would it look like if we did X, Y, and Z? And so staff was directed to have a look at what kind of options were out there in terms of reducing our services by a certain percentage. I won't go into the details. So staff took direction and came back with a report that identified how much savings were potentially available if council chose to eliminate or reduce certain services. So that wasn't something that was driven by administration. Certainly some of those services were services that, quite frankly, are in some cases least efficient. In other words, the most expensive to operate, or in some cases just not as many people are using the service in one community versus another community. So when it comes down for us to recommend to council which of those two services you would look at, we would typically recommend the one that was the least efficient or the one that was going to find you the most savings, that sort of thing. And council quite quickly decided they did not want to entertain any of those, and so there were no impacts to service on, at least in terms of fire halls, libraries, arenas, that sort of thing. So it wasn't something that we were directed to necessarily accept. We kind of expected the council just wanted to know what the numbers were so that they could make some decisions at budget, and council chose not to cut any of those services.
Thank you. And just so that we are absolutely clear, those conversations were not in any way connected to discussions about a library or a new library or redeveloping the library in Chatham.
Yeah, absolutely not. They had nothing to do with each other.
Right. Now, Councillor Bondi talked about looking at reserves and what reserves looks like, and I just want to maybe ask another clarifying question, because sometimes I think we get down rabbit holes about reserves. So again, back to our CFO. Chatham-Kent has a number of reserves across a number of asset management categories that we, on an annual basis, put money into, much like maybe my family has the furnace fund, the roof fund, the flower fund, and the vacation fund, and the kids savings fund, and all the different buckets of funds that you have to operate a house. We have that annually. And through this cost financial, like the finances that you presented, we will not have to increase taxes to add more money to the reserves beyond what we have already committed to in our asset management plan of 1%.
Correct. 1.5% is council's current commitment. So no, this has no impact. If a council sometime wanted to replace 50 of those 100 buildings within a short period of time, of course they would have to increase it. But this project has no impact.
Right, and we've had some great conversations over the years, for example, of bolstering stormwater reserves as an example, and that's a council, again, a council decision. So again, just reserves work, we deplete them for big one-time uses, and then very slowly we fill them back up, and then we're able to deplete them again for one-time uses. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, and maybe it helps with Councillor Bondi's thoughts on reserves as well. That's all, Mayor Caniff. Thank you.
Councillor Crew.
Okay. Just two simple questions. Well, I don't know if they're simple. First one, Chief Case, if you could answer this through you, Mr. Mayor. One of the deputations asked, and several people have, what's going to happen to the fire hall? So if you could just talk about what council's approved already and where that's at, please.
First time I've ever been called quiet in my life. Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As you recall, the Fire Master Plan directs us and recommends that we move Station 1 to the south of Chatham. One, to get it to a better coverage location, and secondly, to get it to the other side of the track so we don't have the problems when the trains stop in the middle of town. So from this perspective, the fire station is not a moot point, but it's something that we have to look at independently due to fire cover rather than in the confines of this project.
Thank you. Takes teamwork here. Thank you for that. And one other question for the CAO, maybe. A few people have asked, this is going to be bigger, staffing it. How do we manage addressing those staffing issues or anticipated staffing issues?
Do you mean in terms of whether or not the proposed hub will be large enough for staff?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've looked at the size of the proposed hub. We're confident that it'll be large enough. There are a couple of departments that would be moving in, a couple that would be moving out. We do have a hybrid model right now, and it's very difficult to answer the question, well, exactly how many people work every day, because it's not set in stone. But the world has changed. The design certainly is going to be a little bit different than your typical sort of space. We'll have a lot of what we call hoteling space. Mr. Soldo may want to speak to that as well. But more hoteling space where if people who are hybrid, they wouldn't necessarily have a dedicated office or even a dedicated workstation. They would be able to come in and with a laptop be able to work in a sort of smaller area that would be shared amongst multiple departments. So we're confident that we'd be able to accommodate any growth that might occur. And we think that the design is much more modern, actually, which will allow us to use space a lot more efficiently than the way we use it now. But I don't know if Mr. Soldo wants to add anything to that from a design perspective.
Yeah, I would just reiterate that we did look at how various departments utilize their current space today. We are underneath a hybrid model where some people work in some days of the week. So we looked at who needs an office permanently, if they're there all the time, and then we looked at those that could actually share an office. And we looked also at the emphasis on meeting space as we move into the future. So all those sort of calculations were part of the programming at the initial stage and then the concept design stage where we laid out what space needs we would need.
Thank you.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate the questions. A few quick questions probably for Dan, and then maybe for Gord or Michael. I appreciate you sharing the accessibility options for the site. That's certainly something that's near and dear to my heart. So the accessibility piece, though, accessibility piece is not necessarily unique to a certain building. So things like, signage, hearing and visual aids, movable desks, that sort of thing, that's not specific to the hub. You could incorporate that in any building, correct?
Yes, correct.
Great. So we could add that to the Civic Center or Library Museum if we needed to. Meeting rooms, cubicle spaces, hybrid workspaces, big windows with natural light parking, that's all being included at the hub. That's all that already exists at the Civic Center, that already exists at the library and the museum, correct?
Not to the area that it meets the current program that we need to satisfy for equal to the CK Hub provides.
Well, that could be, although we don't currently have the operating costs for that, so I'll get back to that in a minute. Lower shelving you mentioned, we're already doing that at our existing libraries, buildings that we already own. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, I'm a library board member and we are incorporating lower shelving in our existing libraries. New fixtures, new furniture, new paint, that's not necessarily unique to the hub. That could be done at any building, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. When we first, well, actually, I was not on council, full disclosure, in July of 2022 when the first mention of the $53 million, I think it was $53 to $57 million at that time. That was in July of 2022, so before my time. But at that time, I believe it was supposed to include essentially the overall estimate and envelope of the building. More has been added to that number since July of 2022. So I admit, I hope I'm not repeating Councillor Bondi's questions. If I am, you can cut me off. But how do you, I honestly, I'm having trouble understanding how a tariff contingency can be included in a number from July of 2022. No one, unless there was a crystal ball, no one in July of 2022 knew that those tariffs would be implemented. So I'm curious as to how these additional costs can continue to be incorporated into that number that's almost 3 years old now.
Through you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, as we worked through all the different phases of design, you recall we had contingencies also allocated or earmarked in our previous budgets. Those contingencies were a lot higher before. So in the initial, the recent budgets, or the ones where we call a Class B or a Class C estimate, those numbers were a little bit higher. And for the purpose of, there was one contingency amount that we call design and pricing contingency. That design and pricing contingency, the reason why we allocated, I believe at the time, 12% of the overall cost of the project towards things that we don't know what we're about to get into in terms of design. So we don't know how big we got to make things. We don't know what type of mechanical units we're going to have, or we don't know what type of glazing we're going to have, insulation, all those types of features. When they're going and involved, like when we're evolving through the phases of the project, now, like when we have a Class A budget, we know the answers to all those. They're not unforeseen anymore. So now we basically take the design and pricing contingency and reallocate it to tariff and to escalation. So the idea is we still have the proper contingencies allowed for or accommodated in the budget, but we're just shifting it from one side of the line to another side of the line because now we know more about what we're about to, sort of build.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I do have some concerns. I admit that the tariff really is such an unknown that even those contingencies of the 12%, we're looking at 10, 25% tariffs or higher. I worry that those contingencies may need to be tapped into because that also includes potential cost overruns. But I thank you for looking into that, and I thank you for including that because I know I've been harping on that in other meetings, so I appreciate you addressing that. I think my two last questions, probably Gord or Michael. So in October of 2024, we passed two reports that night, one of which was the asset management system that ensured that with new provincial legislation, all acquisitions had to have acquisition costs, operation costs, maintenance costs, renewal and disposal costs included in any new acquisitions, which we approved unanimously. I don't believe I see that here. And the second report we approved that night was about the hub, and it said that prior to moving forward, we would receive a detailed project cost. And my concerns are two different things. We aren't meeting, we're contradicting those two reports. We're contradicting our vote on the asset management system, which we heard just last meeting was $238 million gap a year. I am not comfortable right now with this half-a-page sheet. This is not a lot of financial detail. This is a half page of numbers that we've had for a year and a half, and I find it hard to believe that we can't have more financial information right now. Where is that financial information that includes acquisition, operations, maintenance, renewal, and disposal? And where is the detailed cost that we approved in October of 2024 that we're supposed to have before moving forward? We have no new financial information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. In terms of the detailed costs, councillor, we provided you that with this report. What we wouldn't do now is go and provide our cost estimates for what the mechanical, what the windows cost. That is the whole purpose of the tender. You don't share your estimates with the contracting industry. That's not standard practice. So what we provided you is a higher level cost estimate of the project itself. So that is included in the report. In terms of maintenance and operating costs for the CK Hub, I would refer you to the October 21st report, now it's about 5 months ago, where we did provide very detailed existing and forecasted utility costs in Table 2 of that report, as well on Table 3 where we provided the existing and forecasted maintenance costs as it relates to that civic center itself. So we have provided those operational costs in the previous report.
Thank you. I think, and I appreciate those 2 or 3 items. I would feel more comfortable seeing more, to be honest. I still feel that is a limited. We don't have the staffing costs. If we're doubling 150% of the library area, 90%, or 150% of the museum, or 90% of the library, are we increasing their budgets correspondingly? That's the type of detail I think I would feel more comfortable having before moving forward with this. But I'm also bringing forward a motion later tonight that maybe we could actually get that. So I hope we can discuss that at a later time. And last question for Gord. You'd mentioned the debt we're going into for this. We've discussed a few times, which I appreciate. The property sales piece, that some of the numbers we're relying on for this, we've discussed before, and I just want to reiterate, we don't know that we're going to sell any of our buildings for almost $10 million, right? We don't know that's a number we really don't know we are able to do, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So those are 2023 numbers provided by a property consultant that we hired for the evaluations. What the real number is won't be known until we vacate these buildings in late 2027, where we put them out to the market, to the private sector, and see what the bids are. They could be much higher or lower. We won't know until we vacate the buildings and put them up for sale. Same as that.
So we're using
Same as your house. You use, I think there was the house example used before tonight. It's the same as a house. You have to decide that you're leaving your house and have a new place to go live in before it's up for sale and you know what the real price is.
Well, I wouldn't be buying a new house right now under these circumstances. But so I think we probably agree. We don't know what that number is going to be. So we're using that to assume our debt will be lower when we may not know that. So we might be adding another $10 million to that debt load, which is concerning to me. We don't know that we're going to, as a council in 2027, reestablish or continue development charges. We had no development charges, if I understand correctly, for quite some time because we were in an economic recession and we wanted to attract more development. So that we don't know what future councils are going to do. So those are 2 big assumptions that equal $18 million. That worries me. And in light of the global recession that we are really risking going into right now, the Financial Accountability Office predicting 70,000 job losses, is it a good idea, sorry, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Is it a good idea to go into potentially $20 to $30 to $40 million more debt under the current economic climate?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While the actual sale prices won't be known until we actually sell them, we also have a lot of other things that are listed off tonight. Naming rights, donations, user fees. As we add more programming, there'll be user revenue offsetting programming.
So money from the community.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I apologize. I apologize.
So there are unknowns. We're not in 2027 yet when all the knowns are here. What we're here tonight about is whether council, as directed, likes the designs that have come back and is willing to proceed to procurement to see what the real procurement price is. Perhaps it's $5 million lower as well. We don't know until we do this next step.
Thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Wright, and then Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick question. Councillor Story brought up about the shelf heights in the library. Through you to staff, in the Chatham Library itself, what is the shelving status there? Are there still high shelves, and could it accommodate all shelves to be lowered to the standard in that facility? And still allow the accessibility?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. In the Chatham branch, we have on the second floor in our adult nonfiction, the shelves are still really high, but we have condensed our collection so that it's not on the top shelf and the bottom shelf. But in the adult fiction area and the large print area and some of those areas on our first floor, we don't have the space to do that, so we would need additional space to make that more accessible, and the space in between the shelving is not as wide as it could be for better accessibility.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor V. McGregor, then Councillor Juneville.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My question to Dan for the building, once we start, if this moves forward tonight, and they start doing a tear out on the building and get the engineers in there, if there's unforeseen, a whole bunch of changes that have to be done, would we find out then, or would we find out at the end of the contract?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, right now we've investigated all the building as much as we can, as much as we know. We know that the current existing building right now is a very solid building, concrete. In terms of unforeseens that we get in there, once the contractors get into, start doing, the little bit of demolition throughout the building, we know so much of this building from underground, above ground, that like in terms of the unforeseens, like we're on top of the unforeseens. But in the event of that something does appear, we have construction contingency that we've allowed for the unforeseens. And that is accommodated for in the current budget. And we would know that as we progress along. We won't know that at the end. We know that as we discover it, and we'll be able to report it as administration sees fit to do so.
So the structural engineer report's already been done on the building?
The structural engineering drawings have already been done. Like, we're ready to build.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Juneville, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Have a number of questions related to a few of the deputations and some clarity, and apologize if some of these questions were asked in previous meetings, but seeing as we have a bit more of a crowd tonight, I thought it would be helpful to ask them again. So we've heard a little bit about the infrastructure gap, and Edward, you touched on it briefly. How does going forward with this project address that infrastructure gap? So what types of assets do we include in that gap? And does this project bring us closer to closing that gap or drive us farther away?
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor. Short answer is this closes the gap. We have 3 buildings that have many needs. There's everything from HVAC units to electrical to lighting, the roofing itself, all the aspects of the building themselves. So they're all older assets. And if we consolidate into one and dispose of the other 2, being the Civic and the museum, we are closing the gap because now we will have a newer building that can last much longer, and we're getting rid of 2 very deficient buildings.
Thank you. And a follow-up question regarding accessibility. So we heard that we can pursue accessibility upgrades in any building that we have. Is it fair to say that these high-level comparisons that we actually see on the board right now are just that, a comparison of how we meet that accessibility standard in one building of the CK Hub versus the cost of doing it in 3 buildings?
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor. As Dan mentioned earlier on, accessibility is one of the main drivers here. If you were to make the Civic Center, which isn't as accessible as the new hub will set a new standard for accessibility. So if you take that same standard and apply it in the Civic Center, you do not have the space to actually do that, and you would have to expand the building. So realistically, we looked at applying that same standard. So you have a common apples-to-apples comparison between the various buildings. Not saying that you would actually build that, and we had that conversation earlier tonight, but just for council's information, so you would understand what it would cost to bring, say, the Civic Center to the same accessibility standard up.
Thank you. In a previous public meeting about this topic, I asked you, and I believe the architect, about a community idea that has been brought up a number of times, that it would be feasible to expand the Civic Center vertically, that would be a more practical or financially acceptable solution. And you had some comments on the feasibility and expense of that. Can you explain that again?
Thank you to the mayor, to the councillor. I'm going to start, but I'm going to refer to the expert in a minute. We spent a lot of time actually researching this concept that that existing Civic Center could be built higher up. Very difficult. I would say that in the past 50 years, the building codes changed 1 or 2 times at least. So to build that building in the same manner, it would be very difficult. But I will refer to Dan to maybe provide a little more context on that.
Thank you, Edward, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, in terms of what we did for our comparison was, we looked at the building from a, if we could look at, how we would add the 4th and 5th floor above, because it was reported that in an event that it could potentially satisfy the additional floors. We also looked at a more pragmatic or practical approach by adding a more efficient approach to expanding the building to the side. So rather than working at the 4th and 5th floor above and all the additional space would all be at the 4th and 5th floor, we took a look at also as another option, sort of adding adjacent to the existing Civic Center. We found that that option was more efficient just because of the practicality of building at grade, starting 1 and 2 and 3 levels versus going to the 4th and 5th levels to add on the additional space. The other thing that we know is we'd have to go in and investigate the entire structural system of the Civic Center. We can't do that without a lot of demolition and kind of like investigative work to look at in terms of what the foundations and the footings would have for capacity. We have nothing in terms of a report saying or an engineering study that says these footings are more than sufficient to add on 2 floors or 3 floors or whatever that is. We have nothing of that in terms of, so we have to sort of rely on a structural expert to come in and investigate, do investigative analysis throughout the entire building, determine what the existing capacity is before we determine if we can add another 2 floors.
Thank you. And similar to that question I had also asked in that meeting, we had heard a little bit about phased renovation, so the possibility of a phased renovation of the Civic Center alone, and that would be cheaper or more feasible. And you mentioned there was increased cost due to temporary office space, partial closures, expanded timelines. Can you just review that again and explain it?
Okay, so the existing Civic Center, if we were to elect to expand and sort of do the renovations to the existing Civic Center, we'd have to vacate the building. You wouldn't be able to do a phased approach to it because of the nature of the work or the renovation that would be required. So just to give you an instance, for example, like from an accessibility standpoint, like in terms of accessibility standpoint, we got to have wider corridors, wider doors, wider, like in terms of washrooms, we have to have additional elevators. All that takes specific demolition, removal, and planning before we go to any, in terms of, a part of like replan in terms of design. So like the entire building cannot be, like we can't achieve like a phased demolition without doing the entire thing at once. So it is our recommendation, and we've accommodated in our study that we would we recommend vacating the current Civic Center, leasing it for the duration that it takes to do the renovations, and then move them back.
Great, that's helpful, thank you. The other question I'd had was referring to the net financial impact. So I know when we look at a couple of these reports, we see the construction cost. When we're comparing a Civic-only renovation, we see some moving costs, moving back in costs, temporary office space. When we compare the net cost of the hub project, including, projected sale of buildings, and the net cost of a civic-only renovation to this, the CK Hub standard. What's the difference between those two numbers?
The net cost?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know if I can come up with that number right off the bat, but
Maybe if I can ask Gord that question?
I think the chart above, we have it broken down between a life cycle, what renovating to the similar standard, and what the costs are. If council wants an expanded library and an expanded museum, going to one site at the CK Hub is by far the cheapest option, the most affordable option. Edward, if you want to.
Yeah, if I understand the question correctly, Councillor, correct me if I'm wrong. If we were to take the existing CK standards, what's the net cost of applying them in the Civic Center versus building the hub? So we know the hub is 53 million total, 42 million of that is construction. And then when you look at the cost of applying the CK standards to the Civic Center, that cost is 54 million. So it's about $11 million difference if you apply the same standard to the existing building.
Okay, and that's the number I was looking for, and I think that's important to keep in mind when we're thinking about our financial responsibility going forward and actually looking at the most financially responsible way to achieve what we need to do, which is address the building deficits that we're facing. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few more speakers. Councillor Jubenville, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just have a question about the $47,800,000 figure. So we know the $108 million figure is kind of like a lofty comparison, but then the $47,800,000 would bring us down to some level of standard to bring those three buildings or the assets up to what level, what standard are we going by? Is it building code or fire code, or what is our gauge to get it to the $47,800,000?
through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, the $47.8 million represents, if we were to go in, because right now each facility was analyzed in terms of the depletion of mechanical equipment, lighting, finishes, flooring, doors, painting. If we brought each of the facilities in terms of like for like, in terms of bringing them to a finish equal to the CK Hub, it would cost $47.8 million just to improve them and get them to a state of newness in terms of the flooring and all the mechanical equipment, the air, and the cooling inside the building. That's roughly what that number would entail.
Okay, so you would say that's maybe a level above fire code or building code. We're kind of bringing it up comparative. Am I safe to say that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's not really in terms of, it won't meet code because building code requires more washrooms, larger doors. Building code requires, and even the AODA requires very similar in terms of the approach to accessibility. We got to deal with accessibility within the building code just like we do any other building. So when we're renovating, older buildings like this, just like we're renovating schools, we always have to go back and kind of do an improvement to the existing portion of the school to bring them to a current standard to meet the current building code of today. So it'll be difficult to sort of, to say that would be a code standard, because it definitely would not be.
Okay, thank you. If we decided not to move forward with the proposal tonight, and we decided to, spend the $47,800,000 to get these three buildings up to the level, the standard that you're describing, is this something we could not use our reserves for? Could we not take this out of reserves as well?
So first of all, as Dan just said, thank you to the mayor for the question. As Dan just said, 47 million is not enough because you won't get it. It won't meet the codes. So whether there's a number between 47,800,000 and 108,000 for 108 million to be the same standard, there may be a number in between, but we know it's much higher than the $53 million for this project. As far as reserves, we're only yes, that new building reserve can be used for any project council dictates it goes to. It's for new or majorly renovated buildings.
Okay, thank you. So just to confirm, we could use the same reserve for that. And I'm going to just assume that the 47, I mean, I didn't, you put that, or whoever did this, put that number out there. So I'm going to assume that it's going to get us to some level of standard if we chose to do that. It's going to get those 3 buildings at some level of it's going to get them somewhere, or you wouldn't have put that number down. So I'll just go with that, and we can use reserves to pay for it. I'm just looking at it from the flip side. If we chose to do that instead of moving forward with the project, I'm just
I understand the question.
Exploring different options.
As Dan just stated, 47 million doesn't get you to code. It would replace, for example, the HVAC. Yes, it would replace the HVAC system, but it wouldn't get you to any code standard. So the real number, like I say, whether it's 70, 80, 90, or 108 million, whatever it is, would be much higher than what we're putting into this. And you also would not have the property sales, that $10 million going towards sales. And you also would not have the development charges, 1.7 million, because that's for an expanded library, not the same size library.
Right,
So you would do, between those two, that's another 11 million lost.
Okay.
If I can add through you, Mr. Mayor. So the one item too to understand as well is the 108 million represents expanding the building to meet the area that's required from administration. So when we did the program back, a year and a half ago, we started with that program saying administration needs these areas in each one of these facilities, and this is how we would grow each one of the facilities to make sure that comparatively it matches the CK Hub like for like. Now, if you're asking that, could we deal with something less, then you'd have to put less staff, or something would have to be removed from the program in order to sort of satisfy that requirement.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I was just going by the number that's in front of us, so that's why I was speaking to that number. I assumed it represented something significant. Excuse my ignorance, but I'm still not understanding how the debenture is not going to have a tax implication. So can you dumb it down for me? Because I'm not getting how this is not going to, it's not going to affect taxpayers, because it's a loan. So how do we factor a loan that doesn't actually exist, but it's going to exist, but we've already paid for it? So I'm confused.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. It's that 1% that council's putting aside, so forecasted in 2027, it's $2,350,000 annually that's being put in to a reserve. Once this debenture gets triggered, we'll take 1 million of that to pay a debenture for the next 20 years. Once those 20 years are over, the money will then be going back in reserves again. There is no reason for a tax increase. You've already, you basically through solid financial planning since 2015 have already funded this.
Okay.
Because you knew you had to do it.
Right, so the debentures is gonna, we have enough money to cover the debenture for the next 20 years, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So just back to parking. How many, I don't know that I've heard a number, and if it's been stated, I apologize. How many accessible parking spots are going to be provided in the new community hub project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the number is 33 total barrier-free parking spaces.
Okay,
Combined with, like, that's the outdoor, on the street, in the back of the building, as well as the ones inside the parking garage.
okay. So the ones in the parking garage are still going to require people to walk a great distance to get to the new community hub, correct? Like they're still going to have to make a trek.
Still have to walk from the parking garage to this,
Okay.
to the hub, yes.
Okay, so how many, excluding those ones, how many accessible parking spots are there?
I believe there's 10.
10. Okay, so 10 to serve, okay.
If I can, Your Worship, so it's 10 on the design on the street right now. We've seen situations where there's been a request for additional accessible parking, and we've accommodated those with council direction. So we were talking a couple years down the road, if there's a need for more or less, then that's something that we can do. You'll notice in the drawing, yeah, it's up on the screen, there are a couple that could essentially be converted if necessary, but right now there are 10 designated on the plan, within obviously very close proximity to an entrance into the proposed building.
Thank you, because I know a lot of our population, you know, with mobility, they're aging with mobility issues, and I just think even having the parking spots in the parking garage and making that trek to the Civic Center is going to be an obstacle for a lot of people with mobility issues. So, okay. So on the garage, once, and I know that we don't own it, and but they are going to fix it up. So, is there going to be some form of an engineer's report stating that it is safe to be utilized? Because I think the onus would be on us to make sure that we're providing a safe parking for our patrons and our staff. Is there some kind of confirmation that we are going to have a finished product that is safe?
Well, the short answer is yes. That's been provided for in the agreement. But Mr. Taylor, if there's anything you can add to that, please feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So in the parking license agreement, it was negotiated that the owners of the mall are responsible for all maintenance, including a number of issues that were identified during an original kind of engineering assessment of the garage. They committed contractually to bring it up to address each of those deficiencies in advance of the municipality ever taking over the building. So each of those will be addressed, and also ongoing maintenance and repair of any issues that would come up also with the owners of the mall.
Okay, thank you. On that vein, who is paying for the parking spots? Are we supplying free parking to our staff and patrons, or will they be required to pay for the parking?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the agreement currently states that we would have 175 parking spots reserved for the municipality, and we would maintain them. At the present time, it's not being paid for by employees.
So, okay, so we will be paying. They're gonna have free parking. People will have free parking. Like they're not. We aren't charging.
We would not be charging our employees at this present time for parking.
Okay. Or patrons as well? Can patrons park for free as well?
Patrons would be parking in the other parking spots for the public, the general public.
Okay. And I just want to, the question, the $600,000 security cost, if I have that number incorrect, let me know. Has that been factored in? Is that an annual fee that we potentially will be paying, $600,000 for security on the building? Or is that additional?
believe, Councillor, you're referring to the costs that we identified in the previous report, October 20,
Yes.
21st. So the current security that we currently have is identified in that report. And longer term, I think we all recognize at the museum, at the library, we're currently having issues with security. And in the Civic Center, we recently introduced more security measures to make the locations much safer. So that is the forecast security, but that would, ebb and flow depending on the need.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you for your answers.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Hall, then Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a really quick question. If I was to be at this Civic Center and have a form that I needed to have filled out and bring it there, and I didn't fill it out properly or I didn't have the right form, how far would I have to go in distance from the current Civic Center to the library to print another form? Public Works, maybe. How far would I have to go?
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor. Excellent question. I'll have to look it up on Google, but I'm assuming it's
A
somewhere
car drive?
between.
Would I have to get in my vehicle and go park elsewhere and drive to another building?
Pretty sure you would meet your 10,000 steps a day.
Thank you. So from an accessibility standpoint, having everything in one building automatically is more accessible for me, especially if I have my 2 kids with me and I have them both packed up, and let's say it's winter. Already it sounds more accessible for me to just be able to utilize those services and then spend some time at the library with my children and then take them to the museum to check out some really cool stuff. That's my own question.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Anderson. You're done? Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Many of my colleagues have asked some great questions about the dollar figure, so thanks for that, Council. But again, referring to some of the sentiments in the deputations, there were references made about must do and should do and nice to do. Along the same vein of accessibility, and in terms of accessibility, to staff or our presenter, would you consider improving the accessibility in the Civic Center, in the library, in the museum, and of course overall with the hub? Would you consider improving that accessibility a must do, a should do, or a nice to do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, that's a need or must do. We cannot operate buildings today without accessibility being solved.
Thanks.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I guess I'm not going to let Chief Case off so easy, so I am going to ask him to come up to the mic just for a couple quick questions in regards to the fire hall, if that's okay. Thank you, Chief Case, and thanks for taking my call earlier today to inquire on some questions. So one thing that we've heard consistently is the concerns about the fire hall, and I think that those are very just concerns. I know that you know in the master fire plan, there's been no concrete timing aspects from a time perspective on when you think that this will move or how we're going to fund the move and all that. But I just, if you had to estimate, how long do you think this would be something that you would like to put in place or see at least start to unravel from a time perspective?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you mean the moving of Station 1?
Correct, sir, yes.
I think right now we're creating an implementation plan, and you'd probably want to start making plans to move the fire station within a year or two at the very latest.
Okay, and in doing so, let's say hypothetically, Chief Case, if if it went 3 years and we decided that we were going to either stay or move, I guess I'm just going to maybe to Edward or to the presenter, how would we ever be able to renovate the Civic Center or start to renovate the Civic Center with the fire hall currently there? If you're saying that it can't be occupied, is there anything that we could do for your team, Chief Case, considering the accommodations and the type of equipment that you have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, the fire hall is separated from the Civic Center now, so I don't believe that you'd have to shut down or worry about the ongoing operations of the fire station as we expand or do the renovations to the current Civic Center.
And what about from like about the parking garage? Because I know it's not essentially attached, but this the location. Is there? What about the parking garage? If any remediation was required there?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So the parking garage, you would have to create some hoarding in order to properly separate the construction. I believe, you know, like a separation line around somewhere between 80 to 100 feet, 80 to 100 feet around the perimeter of the fire hall would sort of need to be addressed just from a separation point. And then you can, if you still have access to the remaining, or to the parking, you can still utilize that parking.
Thank you. And to Mr. Soldo, Edward, is there any preference yourself specifically that you have, either staying and renovating or going to a different building? Or is this something that you're looking at from completely your professional standards on what you are making the best hypothesis of moving forward?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Our job as staff is to take the direction of council and fulfill that direction to the best of our abilities. So as council has decided for us to undertake both the concept design and the detail design, my team, as well as a consultant, our job is to fulfill that, to take a look at how that building should be designed and to deliver the product. And a day for council to make the determination if we should go to the next step. So as technical staff, we don't have a professional opinion on should we do this project or should we do that project. We provide council with the information to make that choice and decision, and when council makes that decision, we follow that direction.
Thank you, Edward, and I'm glad you responded in that way because, for one, given the opportunity I've had to work with you for the last couple of years, I really respect your insight and your dedication. And just, do you know roughly how much you think that your team, in consideration with your team and Mr. Quinton's team, how much time and effort you put into this project with the presenter?
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor. I had the ability to actually go back and look at all the reports as they relate to the Civic Center and all the motions that relate to this project since 2017. And today, including the motion and the report, this is number 22. So when you think about the time and effort spent by staff since 2017 on this, and then you think about the costs that we have spent on the consulting team, I know we're in the millions, but from the staff time, we're talking not hundreds of hours or thousands of hours. We're talking about probably 10,000 hours in that time frame. So it's been a significant amount of effort flushing out the various technical things that council has asked us to do on this project.
Thank you. And just one quick question to Mr. Quinton. Mr. Quinton, in all those 10,000 of hours that you've worked with the consultant, that you worked with Edward's team, the engineers, and through the entire process, I know you've already said it, Councillor Harrigan kind of made the point, but through all that, the 10,000 hours as your position of the CFO, do you think this is the most fiscal thing to do moving forward? And does this address our asset management plan? And I don't need a long answer, just if this does address both those aspects.
I'll give you a short answer, but I want to add something additional. So the short answer is absolutely yes. This is the most financially recommended item from my point of view. But I have to speak up on part of staff that are at the Civic Center and have since 2017 and had to endure the water dripping from the ceiling and the many, many issues that we've had over the last decade with council directing us not to do major repairs.
Thank you. And just, Mayor Caniff, I know that you said no really comments, but I'm going to make two brief comments because they just kind of come to some comments that were said. Regarding the motion, I heard the comments in the council chambers and through the community dozens of times. The exact words, apples to apples, apples to apples, apples to apples. I kept hearing that over and over. And when this came to council, I said to myself, as well as to Mr. Soldo, I said, the public deserves to know precisely what would cost what. That's what we've done. So when people say, why has the numbers changed? Because we went from a low-grade estimate to a high-grade estimate. And the reason why we did all this isn't because we wanted to invest more money and more time and more effort. It was to make sure that we had a document in place that we could make the best decision as a municipality and the most cost-efficient, method moving forward. And I don't want to spend this kind of money. I don't. I'm going to be the first person to say right now, it was January 13th, 2020, we had a report in front of us for $18.1 million to fix the Civic Center. Joe Foz, who I miss every single meeting, said it was such a disappointment that we did not go forward with the recommendations. And why we didn't was because we had a room full of people that said this would be the dumbest way you would ever spend your money on investing in the Civic Center. This isn't an easy decision, and nobody wants to make it. And the reason why the numbers are up there and there's 700-page reports is because we wanted to make this as transparent as possible. And I guess I'll make one quick question to the clerk. Madam Clerk, has there been any FOIs, Freedom of Information requests on this particular matter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since 2003, we have processed 11 requests for FOIs with regards to this project.
Did we facilitate all those requests?
According to the Act, yes.
Has there been any big thing in the news that we did something wrong, or there was some, I think that was not transparent?
I'm not aware of that. We've done it according to the Act, so.
And lastly, I just wanted to say one more time, this isn't easy. I don't want to approve a project for 20 million, 15 million, anything like that. But at the end of the day, if we don't invest into our community, who is going to?
Okay, I see the end of questions, so what I'm going to do is ask for a motion. Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Harrigan, can I get the motion on the floor, please?
So moved.
And I will second.
Given that it's 10 after 9 now, if by show of hands, I just want to get roughly how many people want to make comments, because if all 18 want to make 5 minutes comments, we don't have 5 minutes. So just please, to show of hands, and the clerk can maybe count quickly. Hands up high, please. 10, okay. So with that, I'm going to, instead of allowing 5 minutes, I'm going to go to 4, because otherwise that puts us close to 10 o'clock just for this. So we're going to have 4 minutes, and with that, if I can get the show of hands, I'll just quickly again, I'm just going to go one side or the other here. Just hands up for who wants to make a comment. Councillor Story, you want to make a comment? Sorry, Councillor Story? Sorry,
Sorry, yes.
just show of hands. Okay. Bondi, Story. Oh, we're gaining momentum here? Okay. Doyle. Yes. C. McGregor. Prue. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 speakers. And so I'm going to start, I'm going to start with the person put on the floor and seconder, just for any opening comments. Then I'm going to go down the list here of just down one side and down the other. So Councillor B. McGregor, do you have any opening comments?
I'll save my 3.5 minutes to the end.
Okay. Councillor Harrigan, anything? Okay. All right. So I'll give you the order. I just went down with Councillor Bondi, Story, Doyle, C. McGregor, Crew, Hall, Jubenville, Thompson, Anderson, Sakachi, McDonald, Harrigan, B. McGregor. Did I miss anyone? All right, so that'll be the order, so you know that okay, so Councillor Bondi, I'll start with you, and I'm going to ask the clerk to time it for the 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Caniff. Am I on this thing? I'll be super fast. What I really would have liked to seen, or to have had brought back to council, was a tender for the Civic Center, doing, like a bare minimum just to get it up to speed so that it's to fire code, which is all that's really necessary, right? Like building code, obviously it's not to building code, and nor is Memorial Arena, and we somehow aren't fixing that one either. But I think it would have been, it would have made this job a little easier. I don't think it would cost the municipality anything, really. Well, it would take some time, of course, but if we would have had a tender for both, to me, that would have been an apples-to-apples comparison. It costs this much to fix the Civic Center, this much to go forward with the hub. Whereas we're not doing that. We're only doing, well, we haven't yet, but by the looks of things, we're probably going to receive a tender. So, and I realize that we did get some rough numbers for the Civic Center, but they're not the real numbers, as in, the $53 million for the hub is not the real number. That's why we're putting out a tender. Not only just to choose a contractor, but to get the real number. So again, it's not a question, it's just a comment. I'm just disappointed that we didn't do a tender for both the Civic Center and the hub. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everyone for their deputations tonight. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us, both tonight and throughout the different communications channels the last few weeks and months since our last meeting in October. No matter where you stand on this proposal, I appreciate you taking the time to share your feedback with us. I want to especially thank some of the seniors in the Disability Committee who expressed their concerns to me so articulately about the Sears site. Some of the kids who reached out to me individually and to council with their love for the current library. And the 85-year-old senior who brought her library petition to me from her church with her worries about not being able to get to the library at the new site because of the distance she'd have to walk. So I appreciate everyone who's shared their feedback with us. And I just want to, in my quick comments tonight, reintroduce someone who used to be a presence at council meetings, the widow on Willomac. This was sort of a person that we represented at council, I know, in previous terms. Someone who represented a typical resident in Chatham on a fixed income, worried about higher taxes, worried about keeping her home amid rising costs. So when I think about what we're potentially voting on tonight, I want to ask her, how does she feel about moving two different, 3 buildings into another old department store to help them, and moving from one downtown to the other to spend $50 million to do that. What do we tell the other seniors, like those waiting for affordable housing? That's currently a 10-year-long list that we tell people they would literally die before they get on that list. How does moving 3 buildings, 1 to 2 blocks across downtown, spending $50 million, help them? How does this help people living in precarious situations like the 10 different homeless encampments? How does this help them? How does spending this money to spend $50 million to move these buildings 1 to 2 blocks into an old department store help those in the homeless encampment? How does it address the concerns of the Ag Committee when we tell them we cannot repair the bridge or the culvert, or we have to get their product to market, or cut back on dust control because we are facing financial hardship, but we somehow have the money to do this project? What do we tell them? How does this help them? How do we tell the people of Tilbury when their basements are flooded again, but we can't repair the underground infrastructure, but we can find the money to spend $50 million on this project to move three buildings 1 block to the other? How do we tell the 1 in 5 families in CK who have to choose between food and rent every month that we're spending $50 million on an old department store instead of working to provide more social services and programming to benefit young families? What do we tell our local food banks and soup kitchens when their numbers go up exponentially due to potential loss of thousands of jobs, due to the tariff impacts and a recession that is already unfolding right here in Chatham-Kent in our region, that we can spend $53 million on moving buildings 1 to 2 blocks, but we can't help them? How do we tell our community when we are back at this council chamber looking at potential overruns of $5, $10, $20 million over the budget, when we have to cut more services or raise taxes or potentially close our facilities? What do we tell our community? We can tell them tonight that we respect their taxpayer dollars, we see the struggles of so many in our community, and we will address the critical must-do needs, not the nice-to-do proposals. We do not put the needs and wants of the few or the needs of the many, and we know this is the most expensive proposal ever to come before this community. And remember, it's the widow of Willomac, like so many others, who elected us, who want us to treat our limited taxpayer dollars wisely and respect the many voices over the 2.5 years who have told us they do not want this, those who have no vested financial interest in moving 3 government buildings, spending $50 million plus, 1 to 2 blocks into an old department store. Thank you very much.
Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Dan for the presentation. As well, thank you for the accessible parking spots on King Street. I had asked for those in every meeting, so I really appreciate that those are there now. Throughout this project, I definitely have sat on both sides of the fence. I would say more towards the beginning. I was kind of 50-50, but as we've come along down this path, I'm definitely in favor of moving to the hub. Past councils have kicked the can down the road, went against administration and what administration had said was going to be the most financially sound option. And because of that, we're in the spot that we are now. Even only look at the 47 million to the 53 million, I would still go to the hub. It brings everything downtown. It gives us more spaces. We have, thanks to this, Ben, we have 23 vacant stores downtown. And hopefully if we get life downtown again, that will hopefully make some of those non-vacant anymore. So when we do have new industries that want to come to Chatham and look at what we're doing in our own communities to see if they want to invest here, it shows that we're putting money into our own community and we're investing here, so it makes them want to invest here more. And if you think about it, like for the Navistar property, were all the employees that worked at Navistar, did they only live in Chatham? Don't think so. So if we do get a new industry here, that's going to help all of Chatham-Kent, not just Chatham. The support that we have seen in the last 3 weeks, since some videos have went out, we have gotten a massive amount of emails in the last 3 weeks, and I would say 75% of those emails in the last 3 weeks are for this project. We had 2 years. We had 2 years. 2 years of people that were adamantly against this project, a small group of people that were against this project, and they promoted everybody that they knew to email council if they were against it. For the first time ever, we've got people saying email council if you're in favor of it, and the emails are overwhelmingly in support of it at this point. And I've read a lot of social media comments as well, hundreds and hundreds of them, and I would even say now that since those videos have went out, the social media comments are starting to change, and we're seeing all the people in favor of it. For me, being a father of a couple young kids, I love this. I love the fact that we're going to be able to have an upgraded museum, an upgraded library. No offense to our museum now, but I have no thought to bring my kids there. At the new one, I would love to bring my kids to the new one if it's bigger and we can actually showcase the exhibits instead of putting them behind glass where nobody can see them. And again, the same thing when I talk to other families roughly the same age, around my age, and have young kids, they're overwhelmingly in support of this from what I've heard. So I am going to be thinking about the long term for plans
1
for
minute warning.
Chatham-Kent. When I do make this vote, and I do think the long-term plans and the most fiscally responsible plans are to go ahead with the hub. And sometimes we need to not only think about what happens if something goes wrong, but what happens if something goes right. This could change our community for the better. So let's do it.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Can you hear me? I just wanted to, again, thank everybody that's come out, everybody that's sent the comments, and whether they were against the proposal or whether they're for the proposal. It's been a long time coming, getting even to this point, and we still have one more point to go beyond this, which will, I believe, be in the fall before we make that final decision. But it's been helpful. It's been confusing. It has been, it's been quite the journey. I know this is probably one of the higher cost projects, but the time has changed, and there have been other projects that have happened throughout the community that other councillors and other terms of council have had to face along the way. It has by no means been easy. I don't often respond to well, and I'll tell you right now, I don't respond when I get threatened with a vote in the next election, and I don't respond when I get demeaned for the position and the work that I try to do every day to represent not just my community of Wallaceburg, but all of Chatham-Kent. I took an oath to represent everybody. And when the tax dollars go in and improvements go into a community, it benefits all of us. It doesn't benefit one of 23 communities. It benefits all of us because all the tax dollars end up going to the end of the day to meet all of the different areas that we work within. I don't think a lot of people understand that when we deal with a budget and we deal within the municipality, we deal within what I consider envelopes. We have envelopes that work towards housing. We have envelopes that work towards our roads. We have other ones that maybe looks at a new build and can maybe improve the direction and bring other persons into our community that want to come and visit because we have an exciting community. You know, I don't think there's many people that don't think twice about leaving our community to go to another community for entertainment and other aspects that fulfill their life. It would be nice to have other communities looking forward and coming here. I think we've done a great job. And I'll just leave it at the fact I really want to thank staff for all of the assistance in answering all the questions. It's why we hire professionals and to be in those positions to help guide us and move that direction. Many of us have come from different walks of life, but many of us are not professionals in engineering or in management or accounting or, you know, we touch on those different bases throughout our life. And I also want to thank my fellow councillors for all of the debate. It's democracy at its finest when we can sit and discuss those that are against it, those are for it. At the end of the day, whichever way it goes, you know, we walk away and we support the overall decision of council. And I hope that the community can also
1 minute warning.
respect that as we move forward with this, that we do take all of this into content. And, you know, and the bottom line at the end of the day, we're all taxpayers too. Thanks.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you. As you get down the line, I think almost everything's been said, but I just want to add, this has, like everyone said, this has not been easy. This has not been something that any of us have taken lightly. It doesn't matter what side of the argument you're on. I want to thank all my fellow councillors because I don't think one of us have not been called a name through this. The intimidation tactics, the called out, challenging our integrity, and I'll tell you that everyone at this table, I would challenge anyone to put their integrity up against these folks because they are top notch in my book. Thank you. We really worked hard and really, personally, I thought this out and I kept going back and forth. Do I just like that shiny idea? Is this something we need? And then the more I talk to people in my community, more I talk to people who needed accessible spaces, I learned that they wanted it more than I did. And I thought, you know, this is the right thing for us to do. Financially, it's right. I've been sitting around here while it was kicked down the road, and our staff, too, I just want to say, they have a lot of integrity, too. And when I ask them a question, I know I get an answer, and I don't have to go and investigate the background on why they said that, because I thank you all for the work that you've done in this. 22 reports. Holy smokes, that's a lot of work. I just want to thank the partners in our community that have taken some hits because of their investment in the community, which is not fair. It's more fair to take shots at us, but they weren't even elected. They just love this place and have some money and want to invest it. Thank God we have them. I want us to have 3 Bs. I want us to be bold, I want us to be brave, and I want us to be barrier-free for everyone, so everyone can enjoy these things. And also, we all look at the taxpayers. People, we have all put money into this, and all the taxpayers. It is our money, your money. But it's the future of our children and our families and building our community and building a community that we want people to come and raise kids in. So at the end of the day, that's where I looked at, I looked at these kids and I thought, yeah, they're worth it. They're worth investing for too. So thank you everyone for your opinions. Please don't call us names. We work really hard at this. So have a good day. I am going to support this. It's the right thing to do.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor Juvenville.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thanks for all the passion and feedback from our audience here in the room tonight and from all the people that have emailed us in the past few weeks. Council, I believe that we owe it to all these people in the room and in our community to take this next step that's before us this evening and move into the procurement phase. Staff and our experts have followed our direction to a T to this point. We have a detailed design in front of us now. We need to now hear from the companies who will be doing this work, get the bids, and ensure that they're in line with the financial numbers that have been presented to us and justify them or not. But we won't know those actual numbers unless we move forward with the recommendation this evening. This isn't the point of no return, but this is the responsible thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Let's continue our due diligence and get back in September and make that ultimate decision. Thank you.
Councillor Jubenville, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And just quickly, I'll go quick. I won't take 4 minutes. I appreciate all of the healthy debate and the feedback from our constituents, taxpayers, and all the work that's been done by staff. I appreciate all that. I will respectfully disagree with Councillor Doyle when he said that it's been overwhelmingly in favor of this project. If you look at the emails that we've received over the last couple years, I would beg to differ with you to say it's overwhelmingly, okay, well, whatever. We got to look at the whole thing. It's been overwhelmingly against, but I mean, I'm splitting hairs, but I'm just clarifying my stance on it. I am a rural councillor, and I agree we have to represent all of Chatham-Kent, but the fact that rural Chatham-Kent, I have to say, is not in favor of this, and they are the largest majority of Chatham-Kent. I feel that I can't, in good faith, support this because we have people in Dresden that potentially might be fighting a landfill coming in, and we're going to need financial resources for that. And we have Tilbury that's falling apart at the seams, and we have Wheatley that we have to move a downtown, and that's going to take infrastructure. So all of these are going to be, and plus we have a $2.3 billion infrastructure gap. So all of this is money, and I understand that it's already been budgeted for, but we still have to be good stewards of the public purse, and I just feel this is a great project, but it's shiny and it's pretty, but it's not a need, it's a want. So respectfully, I will be voting against this proposal tonight.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I was just having a little sidebar here with Councillor Anderson, and it didn't help, unfortunately. I've really struggled in anticipation of tonight, trying to come to some sort of conclusion. I have been a no all the way down the line, and I think some people are misconstruing that. I've been a no because I thought fixing what we had was a better idea. I have never really hated this idea. It comes down to the classic, fix what you have or not. I don't know. Renovate, buy new. I don't know. It's hard to say. But something has happened that has never happened during my time of council. And I find I cannot separate the politics from the project and judge the proposal on its own merit. I'm envious of Councillors Crew and McGregor who don't respond to some of the vitriol sent our way, because I do. Any decision I would make tonight, yes or no, would be deep-seated in ill will and malice towards the more extreme voices in our community. Section 5.4A of the Chatham-Kent Code of Conduct reads, members of council shall uphold a high standard of ethical behavior to ensure that their decision-making is impartial, transparent, which I have no problem with, and free from undue influence. So with that in mind, and I don't think, I've never done this, I can't see me doing it again, I'm going to recuse myself. I won't vote on this.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Well, that says a lot, Councillor Thompson. That speaks more volumes than you know. I would like to applaud those that have been able to remain in a positive space of what this opportunity means for the future of Chatham-Kent as a whole, and for encouraging the move forward to visualize this change that will bring more families, businesses, and skilled professionals, such as physicians, into CK. I would like to say that there has been an incredible disservice to the community. It was based on a smear campaign started by a councillor, followed by others ignorantly, and others piggybacking off of the vulnerabilities created and have started campaigning for the next election. It was designed to spread misinformation, cause fear, and financial distress to the public. To those, I say shame on you for abusing your place of influence to prey on the ignorance of others for your own personal or political gains. This isn't a personal, professional, political decision. This is for the future of CK and investing in that future and future generations to come. It's very unfortunate that such a positive opportunity for Chatham-Kent has been twisted to create public mistrust in councillors, the mayor, and administration. I want to commend the poise of administration, certain councillors, and the mayor in the grace that they've shown in light of defamation of their expertise and their character. Everything leading up to where we are today has been the will of council. The thought that this decision for something nice in spite of other needs is the most fundamental misconception of all. We have a need for all of the above. I will leave you with this. I have done my due diligence. I have read all the documents. I have listened and read emails from everyone. What I have come to know is that there isn't a single municipality that has invested in the development of their downtown and had a negative impact on their community. And with that, I will base my vote.
Councillor Scotchy, followed by Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Those are two tough acts to follow, that's for sure. I just wanted to kind of comment on a couple things quickly that Councillor Crew stated. I don't think anybody here, regardless if we differ from each other, are here for any other reason besides to make our community better. And everybody's vision might be a little bit different. But the amount of malice that I've heard over the last several months has been truly unfortunate. I learned more about myself in the last 3 months, how terrible of a person I am and how hard I don't work for the community, than I have in the last 7 years. And, you know, it's really tough to deal with the fact that I've literally been teetering on the fence this entire time. I had conversations, and thank you to Mr. Quinton, on Saturday and Sunday, going back and forth over and over from yes to no. And what I almost did this morning was vote because I've been bullied and harassed so much to go a certain way. And I said to myself, that's exactly why I got into this position. So I didn't do that. And it's really unfortunate that I literally felt myself starting to buckle under the pressure after all the numbers were in front of me, after all of it said dollars and cents. And I have to trust staff. I think that we have a great CFO. Edward has done wonders for our asset management plan. I went through the presenter in looking at all the things they've did. I'm not an expert in this. None of us here, Councillor McGregor, stated that. We're not experts in this. But if we can't trust our staff that everybody complains about all the time that they make too much money, who are we supposed to trust, right? Like I don't, you know what, in this, if at the end of the day, all the comments that we're gonna not vote you in, all that kind of stuff, at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we have a welcoming community, and regardless of what decision is made, and I can say on the record, and I will say this, we have some amazing staff members in our community that work hard, that through this process, I've talked to Edward late at night, Gord late at night. It's not because I'm trying to go over different aspects of the thing because the information's just not there. It's to understand it, to make the right decision. And given how many emails that we've had and how much conversation we have, none of us are going to make the right decision because a lot of people are going to be really mad at us and a lot of people are going to be equally as mad if we go the opposite way. But at the end of the day, I just want to say this last comment. If the bid comes in too high, I'll be on record to say I'm not supporting something that doesn't make fiscal responsibility, but what they've laid out to us today, it's only going to cost the rural taxpayers more money if we decide to go in a different direction. And you know, there was some comments made in my last little statement. There was comments made that in the budget process was by council to look at, you know, maybe reducing rural infrastructure. And you know what? It wasn't by any rural councillors. And you know what? None of us would ever support that in the rural areas. But when those things are said and put in documentation, you have to understand it's not coming from staff. We put staff to task, and when that comes up, it's directed by yourself. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald, then I will make a few comments, and then I will pass it over to Councillor Harrigan and Councillor B. McGregor.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I echo the sentiments that a lot of my fellow councillors have said that this is not an easy decision. If there were a sliding scale, I would at this point be somewhere in the middle, but that's unfortunately not where we're at. It's a yes or a no. So I just have a few comments that I've prepared. Amongst the many residents who've read the reports and reached out to me over the past year, there's a common theme. They would prefer to see our existing buildings repaired over time. But while everything on that has already been said, I will say this. This won't be the last time we have to make a decision this big. Regardless of the outcome tonight, we will still be facing many issues that will need our attention. We will still be facing huge infrastructure costs and a cost of living crisis. We will still have an unhoused population in need of housing, and we will still need to address concerns in rural areas. So, we need to remember that regardless of what happens tonight, we have to move forward together as a community. Bullying and harassment of anyone is not okay. It takes away from the important work and discussions that are coming in our near future. Everyone up here is doing their best with the information they have and the experiences that brought them here. Moving forward together means listening to each other and treating staff, council, and each other with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. There's been a lot of great things said, and so I've been trying to put some notes down just that I don't repeat. And it's hard not to repeat some of the stuff because first off, I want to say how proud I am of council as a whole right now and how proud I am of Chatham-Kent. We came together to discuss something very significant tonight, and we've done it in a very civil manner. And you know, everybody's been quiet when everybody's been speaking, and council as a whole has come together. I don't think I've heard this many great summaries on anything of council so far. So it's come together. I think there's been a lot of work done on this. One thing that hasn't been very explicitly said was that we need to do one thing or the other. We need to fix up the current civic center, or we need to do this. It's been bounced around. We talked about, okay, by spending this, we're not going to be able to have money to do with these other things. But based on the report there, it's $48 million we need to fix up the facilities. Now, whether collectively. And when I do the math, it's 53 minus 9 is 44 million. So we got 48 versus 44. But we haven't talked about the amazing gift that Mr. Meyers has stepped up and is contributing $5 million towards the museum and the library, which gives us flexibility. Yes. And we have also mentioned that there's going to be other people stepping up for naming rights and various things. Within the library and museum, there's probably 35 different naming opportunities, which we will take and put towards that programming, increased programming. We haven't talked about that this is a 50-year asset. We're investing in something, whether we fix up the Civic Center or that, we're doing it for the next 50 years. I want to have a new museum and a new library over those 50 years. I don't want to live with the existing one. I want new services. I want my kids, my grandkids, to want to move, to stay here. I want other young families to say, I want to be here. And this is the step moving forward. And the beauty is, it's the most financially and fiscal responsible thing to do. We get to have our cake and eat it too. It's the cheapest alternative, and yet we can still have more. We can increase services to the public. So with that, again, I want to thank staff. Staff has been put up, the countless hours that they put in and the amount of pivots and the amount of information they've had to give us.
1 minute warning.
Thank you, yes. Good call. All right, but I just want to thank staff because I've seen firsthand the work they're doing, and yes, I call late at night. I'll text at 6 in the morning. I'm getting a response at 6:30. You know, those type of things. They're step up. They care about our community. That's the beauty. This project, we all care about Chatham-Kent as a whole. How do we move it forward? And this again, I'll repeat, is the most fiscally responsible thing to do, and we get the museum and the library moving forward for the next 50 years. So with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Harrigan and then Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I will start by saying I seconded this motion because I thought it was important that a councillor from outside of Chatham commit to being a mover or a seconder of this. So the comments that I'm going to make are from my perspective as a councillor who is elected to represent a rural ward, but as others have said, taken an oath for making decisions for all of Chatham-Kent. Rural stakeholders have given us deputations tonight to argue that perhaps libraries and museums are not utilized enough to be worth investing in. That is a dangerous line of thinking for rural councillors because we often come to councillor and have to make decisions to replace bridges for multi-million dollars a site when very few people are driving over them on a regular basis. What would happen to our community if we said no to replacing assets like the Ridgetown Arena window panes when they're broken, trail enhancements, arts, cultural heritage improvements that we all have in our small towns because we needed to put all of our money in assets like roads or bridges? We might have roads or bridges, but they would lead to communities with nothing in them. Museums and libraries are places to grow and are places that attract community. Ask any parent or grandparent who has recently taken the drive to London to experience the new Children's Museum there. We have people willing to drive hours to see these sites. As we work through our infrastructure and asset management plans, it requires Chatham-Kent to invest across asset categories. Chatham has a need here that we've identified, and as a Ward 1 councillor, I have seen nothing but support from urban and rural councillors when my community has been in need. And here I'm talking about the downtown Wheatley explosion and remediation, the Tilbury Stormwater Master Plan, and the commitment to accelerating that work through debentures. If all of council comes to council only thinking of what's in their backyard or only thinking of the only single issue that they would like to prioritize, we would get nothing done as a community. I want to draw attention, though, to people who have brought forward their voices in the deputations, outlining what's important to them. As we make these decisions, we have to remember that there's lots of decisions that council makes on a regular basis. And websites like Let's Talk Chatham-Kent or our asset management plan help to give people the right information, truthful information, that gives an gives an outline of what it is that we're doing on a regular basis to ensure that we're moving forward all of our goals. Since the beginning of this, council has been split because the community has been split. We see tonight that there are diverse opinions and we are not agreeing unanimously. So as a councillor, I have to think of two things. First, the financial, and through the questions that we've asked, through the advice of our CFO and my own understanding of the reports, I believe that the financial argument to do this is a sound one. And then I need to think about community.
1 minute warning.
When I make a decision about the place I call home, I need to think about what is important to my children and their grandchildren. The generations above me, my parents and grandparents, experience and have trauma around the memory of the Capitol Theatre build. But the generation after me, my daughter, remembers the Capitol Theatre as the place that she danced to The Sun Will Come Out Tomorrow and saw Anne of Green Gables for the first time in theater. It usually went with dinner out and a trip downtown. So in conclusion, I have to vote yes to the hub and know that as I vote yes to continue to build community, my councillors across the table will continue to vote yes to build out other important areas in community. We need to go forward together. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor B. McGregor, final words, and then we will go to vote.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the comments from my colleagues around the table, and I do think that we've kind of been on a journey together here with these comments, and I've learned a lot about each of you through this process. I want to start by echoing Councillor Crew's remarks. I'll support this because it's the right thing to do. I want to thank everyone who supplied feedback through this process, especially those that have brought accessibility concerns to the forefront of this discussion. I've had productive conversation with the individuals on all sides of the topic, and I appreciate the space to have those discussions when it has been respectful. Unfortunately, I certainly echo some of Councillor Anderson's concerns around the public discourse that's surrounded this project. In this process, I've been disappointed by the conflation of the issues faced by vulnerable residents in our community and this hub project, and the strategy to pit communities against each other. This decision is about doing what's right for the entire community. And based on the information tonight, it's clear that financially, this proposal is it. It's been brought up a number of times that we've kicked this can down the road. Unfortunately, I've been here for all 22 reports that Edward's talked about. We didn't address this issue in 2020. We said we'd save money by kicking it down the road. It was too expensive at the time, and here we sit. Costs have grown, and those at the time that said we were saving money, it's been proven we were wrong. With all the information that we have, it's clear that going forward is the most financially responsible decision. Councillor Sakachi is correct. If we don't go in this direction, it will cost taxpayers more. It will cost rural taxpayers more. How do we tell residents in Bothwell, Wheatley, Tilbury, Dresden, Wallsburg, and Richtown to spend additional dollars just to revamp the old Civic Center? How do we tell vulnerable people in our community? How do we tell the Willow on Willimac that we didn't make the most financially responsible option available to us? If we say no, what are we telling people? This is an option that combines assets, decreases life cycle needs, closes the infrastructure gap, and provides better service to our community. This is the best way forward for our entire community. Thank you.
As we don't have our voting machines, we're going to go do a roll call on this, starting in alphabetical order. Over to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, voting on both of the motions on the screen now. Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Bondi?
Nope.
Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
Councillor Crew?
Yes.
Councillor Doyle?
Yes.
Councillor Finn?
Yes.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
Councillor Harrigan?
Yes.
Councillor Jubenville?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
Councillor B. McGregor?
Yes.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
Councillor Story?
No.
Councillor Thompson is absent. Councillor Wright?
No.
And Mayor Caniff.
Yes.
Therefore, the motion passes 12-5.
We'll allow 2 minutes, and I guess prior to that, we need to extend, if we're okay with extending the meeting. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, we do have two urgent matters, just to let council know that we do have to deal with this evening. If we could deal with those first, and then if we reach our time,
Yes.
we can postpone the others.
So I'm going to ask for a half-an-hour extension. Councillor Finn, seconded by Councillor McGrail. Anyone opposed to going to 10:30 to deal with two matters we have to deal with tonight? Seeing none, we'll go to 10:30. Get done in the next 35 minutes, please. Council, we're going to get back to it. We got a few things to deal with. We're going to go to item 16, Health and Human Services.
16A, lease extension for 185 Murray Street, Chatham.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Story, can I get you put on the floor for discussion, please?
So moved, Your Worship.
Happy to second.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I guess I'll direct the question to the CAO, and the CAO can direct my question appropriately. So during this the entire process, or I would say the majority of it, as you know, we know that this motion come from a lot of work when it comes to the housing aspects that I put in with our past Director of Housing Services. And during the whole time, all the conversation was really associated with being on time and being able to meet that deadline. I guess where I do have a concern, and I say this with all due respect, is getting the request for an extension a few weeks before the extension is there is somewhat concerning, because I would think that we would at least been able to get a heads up that this wasn't something that we just found out, so we could at least acknowledge the fact that this was coming, not reading it in a report on a Wednesday night, not knowing that there was going to be you know, any type of extension required, given the fact that it was always the goal that this was going to be on time.
I'll take that.
Jody, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can certainly appreciate your question and your concerns, Councillor, and particularly bringing the report tonight when the report with regards to the downtown Chatham Centre was coming through. It was not the best timing in terms of getting this information to you. You'll recall, I think it was back in April when we brought the original report to you, identifying the fact that we wanted to award the contract to a proponent. We received approval to move forward with that. I think it was probably about that was in September, sorry. In October, we brought another report back, and we let you know that the proponent that we had originally wanted to award the contract to couldn't meet our bonding requirements, and we couldn't move forward with that award. We received the approval then to be able to move forward with the next bidder that was successful through that process. At that time, we were confident that we were going to meet the May 31st deadline. That was a conversation that we had consistently with individuals around what is it that we're doing, how are we doing it, and we had built in a little bit of lead time with the original proposal that made us confident that we were going to originally meet that May deadline. The challenge, there was a few different challenges that compounded the problems. So we had some weather that we weren't really expecting. The fall was perhaps a little bit rainier than what we had expected. The winter, we had a true winter, and some of the work that needed to happen through the winter months couldn't happen because sadly this was the first year that we actually had winter this year. The deciding factor for us, though, was when there was a delay in actually receiving the cabins themselves. They did come from overseas. We received information in April that that the cabins were actually going to be delayed. That was the problem that we were facing, and thus the reason why there was a delay in getting the information to you. So as soon as we received that information, we started to look at what were the alternatives that we have. Could we look at motels? Could we look at relocating individuals into different places? And there was no other option that was available to us. So I do apologize for the short notice in bringing this forward to you, but we did get it here as quickly as we possibly could.
Thank you. I recognize there's a lot of moving parts. It's just, it does become challenging when we're asking to do an extension just in a couple weeks. And I guess just one last question for you before I just have a quick question to the CAO and maybe a comment. You don't anticipate any additional backlogs of any type of product or any type of delays in moving this forward?
We have everything received here. We've received all of the cabins. Half of them are here in Chatham. The other half are going to be delivered within the next couple of weeks. The site servicing has been done. The site has been prepped. We've got the pilings in place already for the cabins to be placed upon. They have begun the assembly of our community space and the washrooms. I'm confident that we're going to get done before, I'd like it to be in July, but I'm confident we're going to be done before August.
So what's the total actual increase to this extension? Because to me—
3 months.
No, so I got, sorry, the cost associated with it. Because when I read this report, just like I think anybody else reading this report, I don't think it's exactly clear, because the actual increase is the actual increase for the 3 months, the $35,595.
So there is probably about the $35,000 and a little bit for staffing. I'll say it's about $60,000. I'd have to confirm that exact number about the staffing component. We've budgeted funds for the existing VPP structure and the staffing that we currently have up until the end of May. We have budgeted for the cabin project effective June 1st. So within the budget, we have the existing funds to be able to support that.
So I'm just still not understanding though, because the $260,000 that's identified in the report, that's not something that's coming out. That's not the total from the extension. Is that correct?
That is the total that's coming out from the extension because we require additional contract staff to be able to support the VPP operations. Because it's a congregate setting, we need a different staffing model to support the congregate setting than we do the cabin site. So we've had to extend the contracts of some of our part-time staff to be able to support the work that's currently taking place within the VPP shelter system right now. And we've been able to accommodate that. We can accommodate that additional increase within our existing budget.
But I think if let's just say I think maybe this is where we need some clarity. If there was no need to extend the lease, and we could actually move into the cabin on May 21st, we would then have to pay staffing dollars for that project. Mm-hmm. It's a different location, but we'd still have to pay for staff. Mm-hmm. So the payment for staff in the cabin projects is being deferred as well. Because we're actually paying under the shelter model. I think that's one of the concerns, is that this seems to suggest it's an extra $260,000. So we put that there just so everybody understands that the money for the staff for those until August 20th is coming out of the Victoria Park Place shelter and the homelessness funding. But ultimately, you're going to have to pay for staff anyway, whether you're running the shelter or whether you're running the cabin project. So I think that's where the lack of clarity is because that number, people started adding up the 35 and the 260 and thought, geez, that seems like a big deal. So just to be clear, we'd have to spend money on staff no matter where we are. So number 2 of the resolution here is just basically saying where it's coming out of. But we would have had to spend that money anyway, even if the cabin project was ready, because we have to staff that as well. So hopefully that adds some clarity to it.
Thanks. And just a comment to you, Mr. Dubin, and I know that we spoke about this, I think, on Friday. I think the one thing that I think that we have to start doing a little bit better as a community is these reports, when they come out like this, it's really challenging for people who are just taking a quick glance and reporting on them. I'll give you a perfect example, is the roundabout. We're hearing time after time after time that the roundabout has tripled in price, but they're not identifying the multiple projects that went into that roundabout because of the synergies of putting things together. So what it looks like is poor budgeting and poor project management, when really it's just how the reports are developed. And I think as council, we need to put staff in a place to succeed, but I think it has to be reciprocated from staff to council that we need to be put in a place to succeed and have it in the reports, because me reading 7 years of reports, I still, even asking those questions, are unable to alienate, how much money this actually is we're approving. I see what we're doing, but it's not telling me how much more, it's just saying how much it is. So that's where my concerns are, and every time this happens, it is a poor reflection, even if it's simply the way a report is wrote out, and I think it's best that we do it as simple as possible to say much more or extra or even additional, just so people are aware, because as of right now, I still don't know the exact cost of the 3 months at the park extension. So.
Councillor Story?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support Councillor Sakatchi's comments. I too found this report a little hard to read, just in terms of I wasn't quite clear on what information we were being given. So I agree with that. I did have some questions on behalf of some of the residents in the neighborhood that I think builds on Councillor Sakatchi's question. So I'm going to try not to repeat myself or repeat what's already been said. Can you explain a little more about how the issue with the first contractor that led to this situation?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As I noted, we had originally awarded the contract to a proponent, and they couldn't meet our bonding requirements. And as a result of not being able to meet our bonding requirements, we had to come back to council and request approval to award the bid to the second place proponent. And there was about a 6-week, approximately, delay between those two approvals.
Thank you. What happens if we don't meet the August deadline?
We're going to. We built in some buffer to the what we've been provided. We have had many conversations with the contractor. We have identified the need to be able to move forward with these cabins as quickly as we possibly can, and we are confident that we will be able to meet the the August deadline.
Thank you. And is it basically a one-to-one, bed-to-bed, or cabin-to-cabin? Or is it's the same number of beds at Victoria Park Place that will be, the same number of people will be able to be accommodated at the transitional cabin site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we currently have 44 beds at the shelter, and we will be installing 50 cabins on site.
Great, so we'll have a few more.
A few more.
That's great news. Could you, and my last question, do you, are the existing Victoria Park Place shelter funding is being used for this, as well as the homeless prevention, the HPP funding? Are those both the funds that come direct from the province, like they flow through the province and go direct to us?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, the funding to support the shelter and the cabin project is 100% municipal. Our HPP funding is 100% provincial. Both of the funding allocations that we will be using to support these costs are already in our existing budget.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I can just add to that, we do have a funding application out there to pay for the capital cost of the cabins, which I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's $3.5 million. That's a federal application. It got held up because of the election. We still have our toes and fingers crossed that may come our way. That would be great news if we actually get that. So obviously we'll report on that as soon as we can. And I guess the last comment, I hear the comments from Councillor Sakatchi and Councillor Story. We'll certainly going forward endeavor to provide some of this information more earlier in the process so that you are aware. I think in this case, it was just a bunch of things that sort of compounded, and ultimately we realized that we had a problem on our hands and we had to start focusing on getting the report done. So we'll try to certainly do a better job to get this information to council sooner rather than later in the future.
Anyone opposed to this motion? Seeing none, we'll move on. I want to... Yeah, we got a mover and a seconder in there. Councillor Sakatchi and Councillor Story. We're going to go to the next one is the notice of motion. Councillor McGrail, please.
whereas, 29831 Irish School Road in the municipality of Chatham-Kent is a property approximately 800 meters from the town of Dresden. And whereas the property contains small fill areas used for historic local landfill purposes, and the property has never been properly studied or zoned for any significant landfill use. And whereas the current property owners are attempting to create a new recycling and landfill facility for millions of tons of waste, which would result in hundreds of trucks traveling through towns and communities in the area. And whereas this approach has been strongly opposed by council, the community, neighboring Indigenous nations, and many other voices due to impacts to the environment, our homes, and safety of our families and children, and the fabric of our communities. And whereas the provincial government has proposed Bill 5, which includes a section removing the obligation from a full environmental assessment for this new landfill and recycling facility. And whereas in this limited historic local landfill use on the edge of Dresden can be expanded into a massive landfill and recycling facility, then this can only happen anywhere. And whereas there are likely hundreds of properties across the province that may have had limited historic waste uses, which could also face this threat. And whereas Bill 197 established a veto for municipalities within 3.5 kilometers of a new landfill, which reflected the need for local government and community approval of landfill sites. And whereas the approach being taken for this property disregards the importance of our rural communities and local voices in determining appropriate landfill sites within their communities. I therefore, to ensure that other municipal councils and communities know about what is happening in Dresden and the potential risk to their community if this approach is taken by the province, Council requests that the Mayor's office write a letter to all other Ontario municipalities, AMO, Roma, and FCM. First, advising them of this issue and the risks to their community if a similar approach is taken of other historic landfill properties. The possibility of the Ontario government setting a precedence. And number 2, requesting their support in opposing this approach and ensuring that a full EA environmental assessments are required for all landfills in the municipalities have a strong voice in determining appropriate locations for landfills in their communities.
And Councilor McGrail, you wanted to bring this forward tonight, so we need a 2/3. So you will put forth a motion to deal with it tonight, to waive the.
Yes,
and
please.
Councilor McDonald, can I get the second that? And anyone opposed to dealing with it tonight? Seeing none? Okay, so you want to make any other comments? I guess Councilor McDonald, will you second that, her motion? Yeah, sure, that's, yes, no, I was just, okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Canna. So I think it's very important right now for all of us to band together and, Dresden and stand behind Dresden for sure. But to also, say to everyone, hey guys, this could happen to you, right? Very much happen to you. So I do ask this, and I ask that, we can waive the 2/3. I had given this motion so you could maybe digest it a little bit and have your questions ready if you have. But I'm also going to ask that each one of us in our capacities and in other ways, have, those friendships in other municipalities, and that not just by sending this out by the mayor, but saying, heads up guys, this is coming, can you please support it through your council? Thank you. So that's what I have.
So we've already went to the 2/3, so we're already there. So anybody else have any questions? And I'll put it to vote otherwise. Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor. Is the time that they have that to submit public feedback, is that the 17th still? Oh, sorry, I was just making sure. So May 17th, so is there any chance this gets to other ones? They might have to do a council vote on a letter, I'm not sure. But is there any chance they can get public support or their support from municipalities to this before the 17th as well?
Well, I hope that this will be sent out within the next day or two to the municipalities, and then they can
We'll get the pen warmed up first thing in the morning. Okay, anybody else? Otherwise, let's put it to vote. Anybody against this motion? Seeing none. We've got, what time is it? 10:14. We've got 3 other things we haven't dealt with. Item 13C from Councillor Story.
Motion by Councillor Story regarding financial accountability for the proposed next phase of the CK Hub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Clerk. I'm going to defer this to our next meeting. I think we've discussed this item tonight. Thank you.
And I'll go to item 15, Fire and Emergency Services Information Report. And Councillor Story, you had a question about that.
I'm also going to bypass that one. Thank you.
We're rolling along in the last.
I apologize. I didn't mention that sooner. Thank you.
And the last one is 14C, Councillor Juvenville. You pulled that. Can I get you to put it on the floor, and Councillor B. McGregor, just for put it on the floor? And then
I'll move it to put it on the floor.
I'll second it.
Councillor Juvenville, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I had a couple people reach out to me to ask about this, a high-level explanation, because it is quite a high amount of taxes that we are going to be writing off. So just wondering if Gord could give a high-level explanation of whatever you can say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, we did discuss this in closed, and actually the source of this reason actually goes back about 20 years into closed session of council around 2002, 2003 closed sessions of council, by my memory. This has to do with the spur line that comes off the former CSX rail line in Wallersburg. When CSX ceased to operate that rail line, council always had hopes that a rail line would come back someday, and deferred collection. Usually things like this go to tax sale. Council directed the administration to defer tax sale on that property. As you know, Chatham-Kent owned it for a bit. We then have sold it to another party. There's still no rail line operating, and currently I don't know of any prospects of it operating. It's time to clean up our books, and so we're asking for this write-off.
And there's no chance that we'll get the arrear payments at all? Like that's off the table?
There's no value in a tax sale to this property except for the rail, the steel of the rail. Of course, there's a cost to remove that. So that's what we've left on the books is I believe it's 8% of the taxes to represent that value of the steel, because we didn't want to 100% write it off and then the owner be able to sell the steel.
Okay, thank you, Gord.
Okay, anyone opposed? Oh, sorry, Councillor Steve McGregor, question.
Just a quick question through the mayor. Do we own the property again?
No, it's privately owned.
Pardon?
Chatham-Kent does not own this property. It's privately owned.
So they sold it to somebody, didn't pay their other arrears, and now we're on the hook for their
This is
tax?
not the rail line that council purchased. This is a spur that was privately owned in Wallaceburg in the industrial area.
The one that goes through the factories?
Yep.
Okay. So, but it's been sold to somebody else, and we're clearing up the arrears?
No,
for-
same owner forever. It's a numbered company.
And
It's
they
in the
still
report.
own it?
Yes.
And we're writing off their taxes?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because we've taken it to tax sale before. There's no bidders, and it is a spur line, which gets into high contamination and other issues. We see zero prospects of getting any money
So we can't
from
take it
anyone
over
for
and turn it into a
It's
trail?
actually, I think you could say it's a financial liability to whoever owns it because of contamination.
Okay, I'll probably have questions on another day.
Anyone opposed to the motion? Councillor Sakachi, you question or you opposed? Okay, one opposed. Anyone else? Councillor Story, you're opposed. Councillor Juvenville opposed. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to communication items. Councillor Anderson and Thompson, can I get you to move them, please?
Happy to move.
And second.
Share the mic there, see that? Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Non-agenda business. Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to congratulate the Chatham Junior Maroons on their win last night in St. Catharines. Approximately 300 fans including myself, it was a long drive, traveled there to show their support. The game was fast-paced and scoreless after the first period. Second period, the Maroons scored 4 quick goals before St. Catharines scored their first goal. The third period didn't start as good as they hoped. St. Catharines scored 2 quick goals, but the guys kept focus, and I think the fans, including a young gentleman, I think that chanted the entire game. They picked up, scored 2 empty net goals, and sealed the win. For the first time since 1999, the Sutherland Cup has come back home. Congratulations to Carter Chadwick for being named the MVP of the GOJHL playoffs, and to the owners Karen and Bill, head coach Richard Santos, the coaching staff, the families and the billets of the boys, the volunteers and the fans. Together, they made this year possible and showed the boys that they are truly true champions.
Just want to add to that, yes, we've already reached out to the owner, and we're going to be working with them to have some sort of celebration. We don't know what, but we're going to support whatever they're going to be doing. So just FYI on that. Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you. Just really quickly, there was an item on here through the CAO's office of the naming of the Wheatley Arboretum and Learning Trail Phase 2 to the Doc McGibbon Way. And I just wanted to give some recognition to Doc McGibbon and the reason how this came to be. He was a pioneer veterinarian that was in Wheatley, and he was known for horses and using kind of unconventional tactics for healing horses, such as acupuncture, and was very well known. People would bring horses from all over Ontario to be seen by him, and he was a very strong advocate for active transportation throughout communities, which was probably far ahead of his time. So I just wanted to give kudos to that going through this evening, and also let everybody know that the unveiling of the Phase 2 will be on May 24th. It's located behind the arena in Wheatley, and it starts at 1 o'clock.
Councillor Story.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly add to Councillor Finn's remarks. I wanted to thank everyone. We had a bit of an issue with the elevator at Memorial for a while, and we were really trying hard to get it back up and running for the playoffs, and with an amazing team effort from municipal staff and arena staff and facility staff and the TSSA, like on a long weekend when everyone was sort of away on holiday, we all worked together to get that elevator up and running, which allowed for a lot of folks with accessibility issues who really love going to Maroons games back at the game. So just thank you that we were able to do that so we could enjoy the rest of the season. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, first and second reading, Councillor Allen and Councillor C. McGregor.
So moved.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Hall and Councillor Bondy.
So moved.
Oh, sorry. How about Councillor Crew then?
So moved. Second.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Over to you, Councillor Hall, and if Councillor Finn, if I can get you to wrap it up.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, May 26, 2025, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Very happy to second that.
Anyone opposed to wrapping up at 10:23? We found 7 minutes. All right. Thanks, everybody. Great job.
Oh, yes, we're not meeting in closed council. Dave has sent you an email with regards to it.